esteemed guests, scholars, practitioners, and friends of heritage. On behalf of MAATI, I, Shikha Shah, extend a warm welcome to all of you to the MAATI Convention on the often overlooked and unacknowledged treasures of our cultural, historical, and social heritage. In this special edition of the convention, we all will engage in a deep and critical discussion about the complexities of heritage conservation with a particular focus on the criteria, significance, and future of both recognized and unrecognized heritage. Here, we aim to ask what truly defines heritage and how can we ensure that no cultural treasure, tangible or intangible, is left behind. As we move through the convention, we aspire to achieve meaningful outcomes. Some of them are a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and opportunities in recognizing and preserving heritage, both tangible and intangible. Second, refined ideas and strategies to develop inclusive frameworks and policies for heritage preservation. Third, a drafted policy guideline framework tailored to the Indian context with clear and actionable recommendations. And most importantly, enhance professional collaboration for sustainable heritage conservation across disciplines and regions. These outcomes will ensure that our discussions move beyond ideas into impactful action. Moving onwards, we are especially proud to have the ICOMOS, that is International Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage, ICOMOS International Cultural Tourism, and ICOMOS India as our esteemed knowledge partners. Their involvement ensures a strong research-driven foundation for the discussions that will unfold here. In addition, we are blessed that we are joined by distinguished scholars and experts from across India, especially from the fields of architecture and cultural heritage, who will participate in a special discussion session to explore new perspectives on heritage and its many challenges. Well, to mark the beginning of this journey, we are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished guest. Our chief guest, the visionary Professor Neelkant Chhaya sir, whose wisdom continues to inspire generations of architects and heritage practitioners. Our keynote speaker, the renowned Professor Dr. Naveen Piblani, a leader in heritage conservation whose insights will set the tone for the convention. Representing ICICH, our international delegate, Dr. Ana Lucia Gonzalez Ibanez, whose presence reflects the global importance of this dialogue. We also extend our warmest welcome and gratitude to all the distinguished scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and guests who have joined us today. We are honored to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Mrinalini Atre, Dr. Nisar Khan, Dr. Sanghamitra Basu, Dr. Reema Huja, Ms. Ananya Bhattacharya, Ms. Poonam Trambadia, Dr. Sanjeev Borakoti, Dr. Mauli Kaushal, Dr. Niyati Jigyasu, Mr. Ashish Trambadia, Mr. Dilip Changakoti, Ms. Gurmeet Rai, Dr. Farhan Fazli, Professor GSV Suryanarayan Murthy, Dr. Ajay Khare, Dr. Shikha Jain, Ms. Kamalika Bose, Mr. Salim Beg, and Dr. Venugopal. All of your presence truly enriches this convention and underscores the collective commitment to preserving our shared heritage. We also extend our gratitude to many distinguished guests, scholars, practitioners, and policymakers who have joined us today. Your presence enriches the spirit of this gathering, and we are honored to have you with us. So, before we begin our proceedings, let us commence with the auspicious tradition of lighting the lamp, symbolizing wisdom, knowledge, and the dispelling of darkness. To grace this ceremony, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Neelkant Chaya sir, Professor Dr. Naveen Piplani sir, Ms. Zarna Shah, and our MAATI Advisory Board member, Dr. Mrinalini Atre and Niyati Jigyasu to come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you, respected dignitaries, for gracing this moment and illuminating the path of this convention. It is now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Mr. Neelkant Professor Chaya sir. Professor Chaya is a distinguished architect and educator with nearly 4 decades of experience. He served as the Dean of Faculty of Architecture at SEPT University, Ahmedabad, and is currently associated with the Srishti Manipal Institute, representing its UNESCO Chair on Sustainability, Heritage and Livelihoods. Renowned for his context-sensitive design, his notable projects include the Center for Environment Education in Ahmedabad and the Khamir Craft Resource Center in Kutch, both reflecting his deep commitment to ecological and cultural sustainability. We are honored to welcome him to deliver the inaugural address.
The conference is on a very important topic because it asks what is heritage. Of course, we have been all working for years in the field of heritage, but from time to time there is a need to define more carefully what we had earlier defined. And in that process, this conference is probably going to come up with some ideas which are extremely important. But if you look at the simple way, how would we define heritage? One way of doing it, of defining it, is by saying heritage is whatever we were doing and whatever we were making in the past becomes our heritage. Because generation after generation, some things will go, and some things will stay. And possibly the reason why this word, heritage, had to become so important or so much used, that it was probably because in the modern age, we started denying the validity of everything that happened before. And we were saying that now it's the age of science, all that is superstition, none of it is important. Let's rebuild the world as fast as we can. This is what the pioneering top architects of the 20th century came up with. But towards the end of their lives, they also started looking at older ways of doing it. Another factor that has now recently become more is the fact that social media are promoting social media and the ability to communicate fast. They are promoting the idea that the old is passé, the new is great. But then because they also work for the market, these by making newer things, you sell more, and then make the person afraid of using old things, you sell some more. So marketing is helping to destroy. But so what we have now is a field in which there is trending. Trending was never a word. There is a trend, but now it became trending. Then there is things like influencers, and that too, all of these are ways of saying, look, you don't know what is the latest thing, what is the newest thing, what is the most amazing thing, and so you go on for that. So, old is considered backward and the new is futuristic. All this has to be taken with a pinch of salt, because this is just something being promoted, whether it is right or not. And this conference has to take into account the fact that the world has been overrun by this kind of things. Specifically in India, I think we should be a little more wide-ranging in our understanding of heritage. If, for example, you look at any textbook of architecture, of engineering, there will be very little mention of what happened here. That's one. But also, out of whatever happened in India, we select only the things that were done in a formal way. The Dalits, the Aboriginals, the tribals, they are all out of because we haven't done enough work to find out what we were doing. And there is some marvelous knowledge within the tribal circles which we ought to have taken into account. And it is maybe when you are asking the question, the second question, what should we preserve, then the question of the people who are less powerful and therefore their work does not come to the fore. It's time that we started recognizing documenting, fully understanding, and then helping to preserve the knowledges of what A.K. Ramanujan calls the little traditions. We have to work on the big tradition. We have done a lot of work, but on the little traditions, there is very little work, and I hope that some of the people who are in this conference will think about how the little people's productions are of such importance. Why important? Because in any rich milieu, it is important to keep alive a biodiversity which will help it to survive against unknown threats. Threats are not always known. We know that there might be a flood or there might be an earthquake, or there can be much more than that. And the unknown, the more diversity of knowledges that we have, the greater is the ability to use one or the other of them. So I think we are in the process, we should be, and I think this conference will help, we will be in the process of finding better ways in which we take into account all the various cultural forms that come in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chaya sir, for inspiring words and setting the tone of this convention with such depth and vision. At this moment, we would like to felicitate our chief guest as a token of our gratitude. May I invite the founder of MAATI, Ms. Zarna Shah, to kindly present a memento to Professor Neelkant Chaya sir in appreciation of his valuable presence and guidance at the MAATI Convention 2025. Thank you, Chaya sir, and thank you, Ms. Zarna Shah. We are truly honored to have such inspiring leadership grace this occasion. Now, I'd like to invite our guests, Ms. Zarna Shah and Ms. Sanjukta Das, for a photograph. We'll have the photograph session after all the speeches. Carrying forward this momentum, it is my honor to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Naveen Piplani sir. Dr. Piplani is a conservation architect and director of the School of Art and Architecture at Sushant University. A former president of ECOMOS India, he has led several landmark initiatives including the conservation of the Taj Mahal and the intact Charter for Unprotected Architectural Heritage in India. Also, he has previously served as director of the Intact Heritage Academy, held academic positions at the University of York, and worked with the Getty Conservation Institute. Currently, he also serves as Vice President of the ECOMOS International Scientific Committee on Education and Training. We are eager to hear his reflections on this year's theme, Heritage Undiscovered, Debating the Unrecognized. I now invite Professor Dr. Pipiani to deliver the keynote address.
Namaskar. Good morning and thank you. It's really very heartening to be here today amongst all of you under the blessings of some of our super seniors who have led the way, and we have been following that path. Professor Shaya has set out already a very wide setting context for the discussions, and what you will find in my presentation, I guess, is nothing new, but perhaps said in a different way. Because we are talking to many of us who are already converted and are bearing the torch of conservation in the field, and some new aspirants sitting at the back. Thank you to the organizers of the MAATI Convention, which, as Professor Shaya mentioned, is very timely because things are going through a churn, and it would be nice to share our inputs, collective inputs in that churning process. I would also like to start with the same starting point, which is wanting to see what the convention expects out of us sitting together, and some of the key questions that the convention is wanting to address or ask is what should be considered heritage and why. Professor Chaya has already outlined some of the ways of looking at heritage. What are the various ways of valuing and recognizing heritages that have been overlooked? A lot of work has been done in the past in this field, particularly by INTA, the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, and various national scientific committees of ICOMOS India, which is the International Council on Monuments and Sites. And so we will also get a chance to deliberate upon what lies before us. We also would like to see how to identify, map, preserve, revitalize, and reuse the lesser known historic forms and their narratives. So the discussion on stories, folklore, etc. will also creep in. How to address conflict, dissonance, continuity, and decolonization in historic urban and cultural landscapes. The concept, the idea of decolonization and dissonance is again finding a lot of importance in the Western world, particularly in the context which we are living in Europe, what you see, and in the Middle East. How to include local communities and their voices in heritage conservation, that is another key question we will be looking at. And the format that the convention adopts is getting all of us on the other side of the screen, and some of us also online, and address these questions over the next 2 days and presentations today. So there are going to be scholarly presentations and exchange. There's going to be analysis of some of the key government strategies and schemes, discussion on national policies and frameworks which have been framed to address heritage matters, examine international charters and conventions so that we remain relevant for the wider world, and an experts meeting and public consultation, which is what we are doing today. So what I'm going to do over the next couple of minutes is just give some pointers and provocative references to then evolve and develop further over the next 2 days the working on the outcomes of this conference. So what is heritage? We are not going to define, and when I was at IHA giving several talks on this subject, I used to say that if somebody has an answer, accurate answer for what is heritage, believe me, he is fooling you. And what is considered to be heritage, particularly in India, very, very, very difficult to pinpoint and underpin. We are now going beyond monuments, buildings and sites, so therefore the plus. Until ICOMOS Venice Charter, the Athens Charter, and the developments happening in York University, it was about monuments. Then it was about the buildings. Then it came to include archaeological sites. But now, in an Indian context, we are going to be moving beyond that. And trust me, even the Western world is now moving beyond that. So let's not be late. Again, then we will be catching up with what the West says. although we are at the moment quite ahead in this domain. We also have to be looking at the idea of evolving heritage. Now, a couple of years back, at least 20 years back, at one of the World Heritage meetings in ICOMOS. ICOMOS runs a separate secretariat which looks at the evaluation of World Heritage sites. There, a paper was presented on cemeteries and memory sites. And there they were talking about the idea of evolving heritage and not making it very static. So there again, I think we have a lot to contribute because this is very normal and day to day for us, where our heritage is not static. Fabric, monuments, buildings and sites. It's evolving, perhaps not on a daily basis, but on a every minute basis. Nature, culture plus people. ICROM is doing a lot of work in this direction, and again, it comes very naturally to us to look at it from the heritage point of view. Tangible and intangible. Now, this again came from the Western concept where they segregated the two. We have a convention for the World Heritage sites, which is rather big, and then we have a convention for intangible cultural heritage sites. Now, there we also sowed the seeds of problem, which now they are mending themselves by looking at cultural landscapes and practices and sacred sites and spiritual aspects. Here, we would not make that distinction. We would consider it as composite form of heritage, which is a living, which includes both tangible and intangible, and also the links between them, which are rather vulnerable and soft. Then we are going to be expanding towards the idea of archaeological and cultural landscapes. We have done a lot of work and seen a lot of work in cultural landscapes, but we also need to look at archaeological landscape. The third part of this convention, or second part of the convention, was how to recognize or value. Again, we have to go beyond classical and conventional notions of value-based approaches, which the West is trying to bring in from a very long time, the values and the significance and the outstanding universal value and this. So the idea is that they want to underpin, they want to pin it down that this is what you need to be conserving, which goes rather against the idea of looking at things that are dynamic. So we need to look at how the value-based approach can also be inclusive in the day-to-day. The climate-heritage relationship is becoming more and more important in the value. We can't be sticking around only talking about historical value, archaeological value, art value, this, that and the other, where the whole ecosystem of environment is going to change and we may not have our heritage in the first place. Sustainability needs to become and is becoming a key driver for decision making. Adaptability and resilience, Professor Chaya laid it out very nicely. And also all of this, and we've been saying this for a very long time, is that the framework needs to sit into the indigenous Indian value system. I don't still know how many universities are talking about Indian values, going beyond what SPLE said, John Ruskin said, Morris said, or Getty, in fact, Getty is saying, ICROM saying, ICOMOS saying. I have not yet come across a value system which says, SEPT has come out with this value, or INTAG has come out with this value, or such and such person, K.T. Ravindran has, for example, developed something like that. So the question is, don't we have the counterparts of John Ruskins and William Morrises, or we are going to be only studying them for several years to come. So all this has to come, and I include myself. When I used to give this talk, I myself used to also be very ashamed that having worked in New York and several other places, I haven't yet come across a document which says Naveen Dublani developed a value system which we need to discuss. Then let's see about mapping and inventorization, which is the third aspect of this convention. Moving towards digital data collection and management is becoming a key. And here is an open source software available for several decades. Arches from the Getty Conservation Institute and Historic England, they have developed it together. But again, very few institutions are using it. It's available open source and they come and give training from time to time, and it's very useful. Dynamic documentation. Again, I just recently came back from a site and still people are following forms and formats and writing by hand, or they're putting everything on Excel sheet and then taking a printout of that and then filing it. That really doesn't serve the purpose. The idea is to make our documentation dynamic so that something appears or changes, we go back to our system and update it, and then it comes condition assessment saying high, medium, low. But what beyond that? We've done that for several hundred years. That how to map your values and significance, and which will come first, and then you will decide the conservation measure, and mammoth conservation plan comes out of it, and the management comes out of it. It all says you can do this much, you can't do that much, it's reversible, irreversible, and the rest of it. But the potentials, communities, benefits, how does that interlink with the value matrix? Link with local, national, regional, and global networks. Today the world is very integrated and combined, but our documentation system, if I take an example of ASI or National Museum, I don't really know if it is connected to the global network of documentation, either with Getty or UNESCO or ICOMOS. ICOMOS is a very wonderful library, digital library. So how many books that we have in India are already linked to the ICOMOS database in Paris? I'm not sure. Getty, I was reading the other day, has 1.7 million books all over collected from all over the world. Are we part of that 1.75 million, or it is only rather Western, which then we have to borrow from them and read, because we might also have a lot here. We also have to look at sensitive issues of continuity, both in landscapes and sites. We have to look about mitigating the risks both from human and natural activities, and this is going on increasing day by day. There are civic unrests which we are part of as we talk today. There are conflicts that are, sprouting every now and then. Where do they find discussion in the continuity of heritage discussions? There is dark and dissonant heritage. Have we forgotten the Jallianwala Bagh? And in the prospect of making millennium parks and Disneylands and all that, where has all that heritage gone, and all those people who are connected and associated with those heritages? They are not part of the discussion of continuity, because either, as Professor Kyle, we have erased them from our memories, they don't exist, even if they are moving around. But if you go to Amritsar, you will see a new facade street and the new things that have been added to the Jallianwala Bagh. But what about the bar and its dissonance and darkness itself? There's an interesting idea that we have been talking about is evolving authenticity plus integrity. Here again, we need not get so bogged down with the idea of preserving the original fabric, preserving the in situ and all that. An India Charter in 2004 first raised this eye-browsing suggestion that if a heritage site has lost its significance to the local communities, it is fine to demolish it. And that created a roar in the Western world. That what are these Indians saying? How can you demolish your heritage? But the argument was because it has lost its significance to the local communities. Who's going to take care of it? How much money will ASI or any other agency will put into it? So in 2004, the charter was so much ahead of its times and created so much roar, and they said, we are saying this because it is not always necessary to preserve authenticity. Authenticity can also be created. That Krishna Menon was professing about work with authenticity. Don't make it a museumified object. Don't get too bogged down about trying to preserve every little historic stone or fabric that you find on site. Maybe it doesn't have any meaning and people will take it away and make an arch in their house which will serve the purpose of an entrance, where it will find more meaning than lying as a ruin on ground where nobody goes. So those were the ideas of continuity that we were discussing at that time, which led to the notion of living. The charter is, brings this aspect time and again, the relationship with the culture as living not for the sake of living because there are practices happening, because somebody is using a temple complex, or because you are using a building for the same original function. No, living because the authenticity and integrity of that site within that cultural landscape or archaeological land makes sense to the people who inhabit that cultural landscape. So if you read those documents, these kind of nuances will come into fore. We also need to have a discussion which the convention is focusing on, of including the diverse voices, not all or as such that influencing voices, but voices that are lesser heard at times. And those necessarily won't happen in an expert meeting or a a call there, bring them some tea, coffee and the other, and then forget them when the decisions are being made in the ivory towers and the air-conditioned offices. There has to be a confluence of interest rather than conflict of interest, and then the community, of course, will feel empowered and included. The traditional management systems have based themselves upon community engagement. They never existed. I just came from they never existed on documents and files and papers. They were just managing their sites and it was all undocumented and the rest of it. But because we don't have that, therefore we don't make it to the World Heritage Site so easily. Our cities, if you see, they struggle a lot to get the status of World Heritage because we don't have it documented, written, clean as the Western world has it and is able to produce it. But what we have is continuity in tradition, which they don't have. So that's an interesting dilemma that we will have to address. Indigenous knowledge, as I mentioned, in fact, a very new publication by UNESCO about indigenous knowledge and ancestral places, which has recently come out. So the UNESCO is also looking at this aspect very, very closely. And finally, awareness and capacity building, because if we don't make more and more people aware, the newer generations, the older generations still venerate, but it is the change which is happening with what we heard, Gen Z and all that. They have to also become part of this discussion, not in the same format as we have been talking to our peers and colleagues. We have to imaginatively look at a way to engage them. So how do we go about recognizing the unrecognized? Now I think the terms that the convention is using very cleverly is moving away from the protected and the unprotected, the listed and the non-listed. They are looking at it from the recognized and unrecognized heritages. So I also kind of played around and changed the concepts that we have been working on in the past. The first thing is, the most important thing is legal protection. At least in our country, we need legal protection to most of our unrecognized and unlisted sites also, because a majority of unrecognized is also unprotected. And it is very peculiar in our country that we have ASI and the state departments and the government machinery that protects certain heritage. It is not more than 10,000, 15,000, but there is a whole lot, at least 62,000 which intact and listed a few years back, which lies unprotected and therefore unrecognized, unlisted, and out of the bounds of the legal system. The preservation strategies, and I am consciously using preservation and not conservation. Preservation strategies need to be developed for tangible and intangible, but also the link between them. And when we used to lecture, both Yuka Yukiletto and me, we would be very engaged in this idea of the link. It is the link that we are losing every day with the social media and the rest of it, whatever. Even in the documentation process, we miss out on the link. We get a photograph and draw what is seen and all the archival records that is available in the libraries. But we don't record what happened during all these years. How these things even come about in the first place. That link is very important. Again, Intent Charter tells strongly on this aspect. We need to underpin authenticity. I think many of us are afraid from this idea that if we are going to disturb the authenticity, we are going to be changing the ecosystem that has been given to us in a certain manner, particularly the World Heritage Convention. But if you read Yuka Yokiletto's essays, and there's a very nice book by E. Krom, which is where they have covered 50 years, you will see that even Yuka Yokiletto did not profess the idea of authenticity as original. Original is not authentic. What he was talking about, the truthfulness in whatever material or approach or practice that you are using, if that is authentic to the process of creation of that heritage. It was a creative act. If you read his PhD and his book, when we used to lecture together, he said, we are getting misread and misunderstood by the world. It is not the original that I am professing. I am professing the truth. If you are using a new material, if you are using a material which is not from the same mine as the original stone of Taj Mahal, but you are using it with the same process, same technique, the craftsmanship and the knowledge and the rest of it, in the same location, then in the same setting, form, design, etc., it is as much authentic to me contributing to authenticity? The changing meanings, how are they affecting authenticity? And more importantly, the continuity. Perhaps there is some authenticity in the fact that the site has been evolving in a certain manner. So if you look at Fatehpur Sikri when it was first set out, and today, there is, you don't call Fatehpur Sikri as a false site, but there has been so much addition, changes, alterations, and the whole city settlement has come about. So perhaps in the continuity of Fatehpur Sikri as a historic town is more authentic than the fabric or the stones of Fatehpur Sikri itself, but that can be quite controversial and contested in the academia. Then we have to mitigate threats from development, disasters, decay, climate risk, and also human actions. You know, you come across sites where in the name of conservation and repair itself you are damaging the site. So we are wanting to improve the quality of the site and its conservation, but you are going to the incomplete, unknown knowledge and you know, whatever rest of it. So those threats also one has to take into account. And finally, we need to ensure, as I say again and again, continuity. In our world, we don't have to so much get stuck with the idea of preserving as found, which is adhered blindly by the Archaeological Survey of India. And forgive me if any one of you are from there. But their policy is preserve as found. But perhaps we need to move beyond that policy and say, no, not preserve. Maybe some sites, yes, Taj Mahal you can't, you do that. But at other sites, the practices, the narratives, the involvement of communities, the redefining of those sites, the new meanings that the site may have adopted over a particular period of time, and the continuity of all that should become part of the conservation principle of practices, because we are talking about the unprotected, unrecognized, unlisted, and which is where the charter was very clear that there are principles of ASI and ECOMOS and the rest of it which can work very well with your protected monuments, and intent is not after those sites. So your territory is well preserved and safeguarded. What we are talking about is the rest of the millions of innumerable sites that are not in the radar. So let's not get mixed with the two approaches. And that's my final site, which is say what is unique for our own Indian context is the living attribute of Indian heritage, both tangible, intangible, and the link. Site and context-specific approaches that are leading to the diversity in conservation. Again, what we are making a shift from is not the idea of authenticity, but the quality of authenticity. If you start looking at the quality of authenticity rather than the materiality and form, you will see that it becomes much easier to work with your heritage sites. You're not going with a baggage of this is what I need to preserve or conserve. The traditional building knowledge and practices and active community engagement. All these are only few key directions and pointers to say, just to kind of initiate a discussion and have an argument. Somebody may say, no, I don't agree with your living thing, everything. I don't agree with your idea of touching authenticity. We have to take care of we have to preserve how we have got it to be passed. So those ideas and conversations and arguments can happen, must happen over the next 2 days. And let's see then where we come at the end of it on the other side. So this is some few thoughts that I thought I would put it on the table for discussion. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Piplani sir, for a thought-provoking address. At this moment, it is our privilege to felicitate Dr. Piplani as a token of our appreciation. May I now invite Ms. Zarna Shah, founder of MAATI, to kindly present the memento in recognition of his invaluable contributions to heritage conservation and for inspiring us with his insights. Thank you, Piplani sir and Zarna ma'am. We are truly honored to have benefited from such visionary leadership and expertise today. Moving onwards, It is now our privilege to welcome Dr. Anna, Vice President of the International Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage. Dr. Anna is a Mexican architect specializing in cultural heritage preservation and a Columbia University Edmundo O'Gorman Fellow, recipient of the Carla Shenfon Olmos Prize 2024. She has been a member of ICOMOS since 1997 and also founded the ICOMOS Mexico Intangible Cultural Heritage Scientific Committee. She leads Taller Patrimonio and Metropoli, focusing on urban planning, heritage strategies, and intangible heritage, while her latest initiative, Ana Ibanez Contemporary Jewelry Studio, explores jewelry as a unique medium for cultural and biodiversity preservation. Though Dr. Ibanez could not join us in person today due to an unforeseen emergency, she is with us virtually. We will now play her special address prepared for the MAATI Convention 2025.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, distinguished members of the Presidium, distinguished delegates, hosts, dear friends, but dear MAATI organizers and leaders. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as a delegate of ICICH at the MAATI Convention 2025. I extend my gratitude to the MAATI organizers for creating this remarkable platform and to all of you for joining in a collective journey of dialogue, learning, and commitment. I would love to be there, and I'm very sorry, and I apologize for not being there in presence. But an emergency issue of health keep me home. But I'm very happy to be here with you in this way. We gather under the theme Heritage Undiscovered, debating the unrecognized, a subject that resonates deeply with our shared mission of safeguarding cultural heritage in all its forms. This convention is not only a meeting of minds, but also a celebration of perspectives, an opportunity to recognize what has remained unseen, unheard, or unacknowledged in cultural narratives. Let me quote the framework preamble of this convention. Redefine heritage as a living, dynamic entity where the preservation of cultural heritage is inseparable from the conservation of the community, its lifestyle, ecology, and environment that give it meaning. Last year, the ICOMOS General Assembly 2024, the ICICH Charter, was officially approved. This charter represents a significant milestone in our collective work. It articulates the principles, values, and methodologies that for identifying, conserving, and transmitting cultural heritage that often lies in the margins of official recognition. The Charter is not simply a document, it's a call to action. It asks us to widen our lenses, to listen to diverse voices, and to embrace cultural expressions that may not fit traditional categories of outstanding or monumental heritage, but which are vital to identify belonging and resilience. From ICICH, we want to contribute from our experiences and the statements and guidelines of the Charter to look for this. A new system of identification, legislative measures, new community-led conservation. The theme of this year, MAATI Convention, both compel us to ask what counts as heritage, who decides, and whose voices are missing from the dialogue. These questions, we want to set them again. We want to insist in the inextricably link between the tangible and intangible, because then from this perspective, we can redefine in plural ways the aims of this MAATI Convention. Too often, heritage is seen through the prism of visibility. Grand monuments, listed sites, or UNESCO World Heritage designation. Yet, just as significant are the small, everyday practices, the landscape shaped by memory, and the tradition transmitted quietly across generations. These are forms of heritage that remain outside the spotlight, but they carry meaning that is not less profound. We all knew that. We all practitioners know that. But we want to insist again to say it. The Charter encourages to adopt inclusive methodologies, to engage communities, to acknowledge pluralities, and to rethink how heritage can be redefined and evaluated. In doing so, it aligns perfectly with the mission of this convention to challenge assumptions and bring recognition on the overlooked. Reflection on the Indian context is very, very important. India, with its vast diversity, offers a fertile ground to explore these questions. Beyond its celebrated monuments, there are countless practices, oral traditions, rituals, crafts, and social spaces that embody intangible forms of heritage. Many remain undocumented, unprotected, or unrecognized. By reflecting on such examples, not in detail but as an illustration, we can appreciate the relevance of ICICH Charter. It reminds us the recognition should not be limited to the monumental of the intangible, of the tangible. It must embrace the cultural expressions that communities themselves value as their heritage. Let us make these sentences and statements through our journey a reality, with call for actions in collaborative efforts, incorporating diverse perspective and expertise to ensure effective and sustainable conservation practices, taking into account the complexities and nuance of heritage conservation in the Indian context. As we embark on this convention, let us remember that discovery is not about imposing labels from the outside, but about opening spaces for dialogue, for communities to define their own heritage, and for experts to support that recognition with sensitivity. The ICICH Charter provides a framework from this dialogue. It offers guiding principles that balance professional rigor and inclusivity, academic reflection with community voices, and preservation with living continuity. Closing, I invite all of us to see this convention as more than a gathering. It's a commitment, I insist. A commitment to debate, to listen, to learn, and to reimagine the heritage in ways that honor both the recognized and the unrecognized, the visible and the invisible, the tangible and the intangible. Together, let us ensure that the contribution that we want to give from the spirit of this charter continues to inspire action, not only in new ways to bring frames for a new system of identification, legislative measures, or community-led conservations, but in practice, convincing as well the communities in this globalized world where unrecognized is not valuable, that in their core of those communities, in their spirits and practices, is where heritage truly lives. We are in this moment in a very, very difficult humanitarian crisis in the Middle East, in Ukraine, in Africa, in many parts of the world. The war is leading us again to this humanitarian crisis. Let make us a way to put again the significances of the intangible cultural heritage as the core point of our humanity. I thank you for this opportunity to be here with all of you, and I'm sure that this convention, this journey, will be the best, and significant for all of us and for the world. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Ibanez for broadening our visions with your perspective on heritage and its intangible dimensions. To conclude the inaugural session, I now invite the founder of MAATI, architect Zarna Shah, whose vision and leadership have given shape to this platform. She has been a driving force behind creating a space that brings together architects, educators, and heritage professionals to critically debate and collaboratively shape the future of heritage conservation. We invite her to deliver the welcome address.
Sorry, I need to set up a bit. I'm very short. Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. We have just heard excellent speeches from Neelkan sir, Naveen sir, and Dr. Anna. I picked up the wrong speech. It gives me an immense joy to welcome you all in the inaugural of MAATI Convention 2025. Standing here and seeing such an extraordinary gathering of architects architects, scholars, practitioners, students, and passionate individuals fills me both with pride and hope. We have all come together not for a personal gain or recognition, but because we share something deeper, a responsibility to protect the heritage of this country, especially the heritage that goes unnoticed, uncelebrated, and often uncared for. Our theme, Heritage Undiscovered, Debating the Unrecognized, is more than just mere words. It is a call to action. India is often praised for its magnificent monuments, impressive forts, and stunning palaces. But what about the river islands, the old markets, the bamboo houses, the songs, the festivals, the weaving traditions, the stories that never make to a textbook or glossy magazines? They too are heritage. They too carry memory, identity, and resilience. And if we do not act now, these will disappear before our eyes, quietly, without headlines, without any traces left. The idea of this convention first took root in Majuli, the world's largest river island. I'd gone there a few years back with my colleague Sanjita, she's here with us, who has worked alongside with me for years. Majuli has been very close to our hearts. And not just because of the breathtaking landscape, but because of the mission community who lives there. They have mastered the art of building bamboo houses that breathe, that withstand floods, that belong to their land in every sense. But we returned last year and it was disheartening. Those bamboo houses were being replaced one after another with concrete pillars, beams, and tin sheets. The identity of Majuli was vanishing, replaced by a kind of uniformity that could be found in any city. And this is not Majuli alone. Across India, we see the same story repeating itself in smart cities, on riverfronts, and in historic quarters, where progress is measured by how much of the past can be erased. Development is necessary, yes. We need sanitation, electricity, schools, hospitals, but must development come at the cost of our living heritage? If all our cities are designed to look the same, where will our diversity, our identity, and our history go? It was in Majuli that I realized we had to do more. We could not simply just continue discussing at conferences what should be done. We decided to create a space where people could sit together, draft policies, debate frameworks, and take collective action. That is what this convention is about, moving from talk to action. I will be honest with you, this was not easy. Organizing this convention required not just energy, but personal sacrifices and financial costs. When I poured in almost a huge amount of savings into this, my father asked me, "Are you sure you want to spend this much? Do you really think this will change India?" I told him, "I don't know about that. But unless I have committed to the cause of its eternity, I can't expect others to do the same." Some might say it is foolish, but I could not rest otherwise. If this convention had not happened, I would never found peace. After almost 2 decades in this field, I have finally found the courage to say, this is my purpose. I am very well aware I cannot do it alone. But with all of us here holding hands, perhaps we can promise ourselves this, that what we have already lost, we may regret. But what remains, we will protect so we do not lose it too. This convention is not meant to be another academic gathering where we discuss and then forget. Over the next 3 days, we will listen, debate, and challenge each other. But more importantly, we will draft a written framework together. A practical guide that reflects India's complexities, its regions, and its people. This document will not sit on the shelf. That's my promise. It will become a resource, a blueprint for how heritage can be preserved, not in isolation, but as a part of the lives and identities of the communities who sustain it. I would also take a moment to thank the MAATI team who made this possible. For the past 10 months, they have worked tirelessly. Sanjukta, my constant partner in this journey, has stood by every step of the way with clarity and strength. Vani and Dhanya, whose commitment and hard work carried much of the preparation. Two of our colleagues, Maria and Dipanshi, could not be here in person today, but their contributions are immense. Together, this team has shown extraordinary dedication. They remind me every day that MAATI is not just an organization. It is a community of passionate people who give selflessly for India's heritage. I would also like to thank ICICH, ICTC and ECOMOS India for coming on board as our knowledge partners, especially Mrinalini ma'am, Ananya ma'am and Poonam ma'am for bringing them on board. Most of all, I want to thank you, all the participants, the guests, the experts, for believing in this vision. You chose to be here today to contribute, to share, and to fight for something larger than all of us. Let us make the most of these 3 days. Let us argue passionately, draft fearlessly, and above all, let us act with responsibility. The heritage we speak of is not just about saving old walls or ancient stories. We are here about saving the ways of lives, the memories, the identities that make us who we are. So let this not just be a convention, let this be the beginning of a movement. Let us promise that together we will ensure India's heritage, discovered, undiscovered, continues to live, breathe and inspire generations to come. Thank you all. Welcome everyone to MAATI Convention. I would like all the guests to come on the stage, the guests of honors. We would like to have one group photograph with everyone. Yes, she's a good time.
to all the guests for clicking a picture and Zarna ma'am for her inspiring words and for reminding us the spirit that drives this MAATI Convention 2025. Moving onwards, we now begin paper sessions. Session 1 of the paper presentations. Session 1 is centered around the sub-theme Education and Advocacy for Heritage Conservation. This session will explore how education and advocacy efforts can empower communities and stakeholders to take ownership of heritage conservation. We will reflect on the importance of awareness campaigns and educational programs in fostering stewardship, the role of communities, educators, and cultural institutions in preservation initiatives, and the need for capacity building through training and skill development. Through case studies and discussions, this session will highlight how effective advocacy and knowledge sharing can translate into tangible conservation outcomes. Here, each presenter will have 12 minutes to share their paper, followed by a 15 minutes of panel discussion. This session will be moderated by Zarna ma'am, founder of MAATI, whose commitment to fostering dialogue on inclusive heritage has shaped the spirit of this convention. We are honored to have with us an eminent panel of experts serving as session chair and panel members. Professor Nilkant Chhaya sir, Dr. Mrinalini ma'am, Dr. Sanghamitra Basu sir, and Dr. Reema Huja. Their collective expertise will guide the discussions and provide valuable insights for our presenters. Now let us begin with the first paper, Reclaiming Forgotten Histories, the Role of Museums in Inclusive Heritage by Ms. Divya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Divya and I am currently a PhD scholar in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. I would first like to thank the MAATI team for giving me this opportunity to present this paper, Reclaiming Forgotten Histories, the Role of Museums in Inclusive Heritage, here at this convention. Theme of this convention, Heritage Undiscovered, Debating the Unrecognized, is very significant, as it allows us to look at heritage beyond what is visible, beyond what is celebrated, and beyond what is officially acknowledged. The study looks at the role of museums in representing these kind of histories. It is within this framework of undiscovered and unrecognized that this research situates itself. Traditionally, if we look at heritage in India, it was often highlighted with monuments and classical traditions. But now it is widely understood as a changing process formed by memory, community engagement, and power dynamics, rather than simply a question of preservation. And in this regard, museums are playing a very major role by adopting inclusive practices in the new museological framework, where they are allowing the participation of communities to understand the critical cultural relevance of heritage. With this thought in mind, the aim of this presentation is to critically examine how museums in India reclaim these marginalized histories by employing participatory storytelling, emotional engagement, and community archiving, and to analyze the institutional challenges that they face in sustaining these kind of inclusive memory practices within the broader heritage discourse. The objectives is to review academic perspectives, to analyze case studies, to identify their interpretive methods, and to reflect on the challenges and what can be done forward. The literature review is based on both Indian and global scholarship. It highlights a shift from traditional frameworks towards more inclusive, community-led and participatory museology. If we talk about the methodology is based on a quantitative nature, and it is a case study approach. The sources are taken from literature, museum archives, reports and curators' insights. And the selected case studies would be the Remember Bhopal Museum in Bhopal and Conflictorium Museum of Conflict in Ahmedabad. Now, coming on to the first case study, which is the Remember Bhopal Museum in Bhopal. This museum is now permanently closed, but this was a very significant initiative towards inclusive heritage practice. This particular museum was established in 2014 by survivors and activists of the 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy, and this museum was dedicated to contemporary social movement, using oral history and survivors' testimonials, which includes the objects donated by the survivors themselves, such as personal belongings like saris, toys, letters, photographs, protest banners, and 50 plus audio recordings of the survivors, doctors, and experts involved in this aftermath. It was located in a three-room apartment beside the Union Carbide's plant rooms, and this museum was a site of both remembrance and resistance, where we are looking people's history just as it is, not something which is glorified and something which is positive. However, this museum faced financial constraints, due to which it got closed, and the museum refused to accept any donations from state, and it served as an individual kind of institution. If we come to the second case study is Conflictorium. It is a museum on conflict, and it is located in Ahmedabad only. This particular museum was founded by Agni Sethi. She is an interdisciplinary practitioner with the support of several civil society groups. This museum is based on the idea of conflict, which can be of any type: social, emotional, political, any type. And this museum is located in the historic Ghoul Lodge, and it engages with the themes of caste discrimination, gender violence, communal conflict, and political dissent. If we look at the exhibits, the approach is participatory. For example, the solitary, here you can see this one. Here, this invites visitors to time notes of apology, what they are feeling when they are experiencing the museum and the exhibits. While the memory lab here, it collects personal memories. The conflict timeline charts major events of unrest in India. The most significant thing of this particular museum is the approach, which is participatory and engaging. Rather than preserving objects, it is allowing the visitors to be passive, to not just passive observers but active participants. It is based on the feature of dialogue and empathy, where it is asking to reflect on the conflicts rather than to find a solution for this, like a space for dialogue and discussions. However, it also faces financial challenges, which can be seen from their post. Here you can see in 2024 they appealed to donate to support their continuation. And on the left you can see the Remember Bhopal Museum's website, where they have mentioned that the museum will be dismantled, does not accept any government or state grants, and it is dismantled till they have donations. Together, these museums showcase a very different type of way to represent contested histories and reshaping of heritage practice in India. Coming on to the key findings. First is that both museums shift from object-based concept to a more concept-based, where people's memory and heritage is represented rather than objects and tangibility. Here, community participation is very important. Visitors and survivors are contributing and they are engaging directly with the exhibitions. Fragility of such exhibitions. These museums, although have a significant impact, but they depend on funding, recognition and public engagement. Both of these museums, although very similar in approach, but they have taken a different kind of strategies. For example, remember Bhopal Museum took a confrontational stance towards the state, against the state. But the Convictorium is dealing with a wide theme of conflict, and it uses dialogue and education, which may have given it more longevity. The discussion looked at to rethink over heritage frameworks, which is showcased in heritage in India, which was based on traditional frameworks before, but right now they are dealing with more community voices and lived experiences and creating new ways of remembering. Discussions also represents museum as a fluctuating infrastructure, not something which is static, but it is a changing process where you can actually make your own opinions, discuss things. It is not something which is fixed. The centrality of emotion and memory in heritage making is significant. As mentioned by Waterton and Smith's work, heritage is not just about what we remember, but how we feel about it and who is allowed to feel it. It calls for more inclusive heritage practice, one that considers intangible and community-based narratives as equally significant. Coming on to the conclusion, to conclude this, the study positions museums as sites of negotiation rather than static repositories of the past. The case study showcases how heritage can base community voices and engaging everyday struggles to offer different ways of remembering. They remind us that inclusivity in heritage is not fixed, but it is an ongoing process, constantly shaped by social, political and emotional context. These museums also represent different kind of narratives by embracing absence, silence and vulnerability, but not as shortcomings, as central themes of remembrance. At the same time, their fragile existence highlights challenges of sustainability of these independent institutions. They persist as into spaces of civic responsibility and ethical remembrance. Now, by looking at the study, few recommendations can be made. Inclusion of these kind of overlooked histories is very significant, and it also holds a very important place in a museum and heritage policy. It is very critical for professionals, for that matter, to understand the significance of these histories. That is why these models of practices should be involved. However, these institutions are mostly based on financial or infrastructural backing. They should employ more participatory models and can include digital outreach for more accessibility and to deal with the financial constraints. The museum should not be evaluated just on the basis of how many visitors are visiting that museum, but also what kind of impact that it is making, social, civic impact. I would like to acknowledge the scholarship and thinkers whose work has framed this research, and by concluding, I would like to say that as we reflect on these museums and the stories they carry, perhaps a real question for us is not just about how heritage is preserved, but how it is shared, lived and remembered. The unrecognized and undiscovered often sit beside quietly around us in memories, in communities. If we begin to listen to these voices and give them spaces within our heritage practices, we move a step closer to a more inclusive and more meaningful future of remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya, for your thought-provoking presentation. Next, we have Zindagi Mubarak, a grassroots celebration for sustainable heritage conservation by Ms. Meghna Chatterjee.
Mubarak, everyone. I know it's an unusual way to start an academic presentation in a conference, but that's the crux of it. That's how we greet in this little community of ours that we are trying to form with the village communities and all the participants that come from different parts of the country. And it literally translates to wish you a very beautiful life, a happy life. I'm extremely, first of all, thank you. I'm deeply grateful for Chaya sir, Naveen sir, and Dr. Anna and Zarna ma'am for setting the context so beautifully for this conference, and also deeply privileged and grateful for MAATI, the team MAATI, and creating this platform where uh, these little initiatives can have a platform to share that what we are doing at a very little capacity that we are trying to do. So before I begin with my presentation, I would like to share a little bit about my journey with heritage and with conservation, because I think that will help in setting the context and the motivation to do this. When I graduated as an architect in 2013, my first opportunity was not as a job but as a volunteer for ICOMOS, working in the post-disaster cultural assessment of Uttarakhand 2013. And I don't know how much as a fresher I understood about assessing that time, but traveling all along the river course in the disaster affected areas, that kind of, and seeing the stark reality of things up close, of people, the challenges that they are facing in those remote areas, kind of left residue something inside me. Then I worked with Ishwarya Fitness Architects on some renowned projects like Touch and Chin's, where I was a site architect. That kind of helped me then again further deepen my understanding with the communities. Being the site architect, I was with the community, working with them all the time. And the challenges that people face in safeguarding heritage and in conservation, which many a times don't become a part of the main document. Then from there I worked with Intact as a consultant, Savai Madhopur chapter, and I documented both the Savai Madhopur and the Dausa districts on built and natural heritage of, and traveled some more than like 2,000 villages in that area, documented them, and again living with the communities, being with them, understanding from where they are coming from. I think that further kind of helped me, and so the journey went on, masters in SPA, and in TIT I was working as a professor then, and that time I again started working with the communities in Uttarakhand, taking the students and going along with them to different remote areas. And then COVID happened, and I think for a lot of people something for them shifted during COVID. For me as well, when I felt that it's okay not to be in a certain box, it's okay not to follow a certain route, and to do something that I really feel for, something that I find meaning with. And that's how kind of Zindagi Mubarak happened, very organically, having a co-founder who is from the same village, from a very remote mountain village in Uttarakhand. So this is a village scene where Dave was the co-founder. He's a traveling musician hailing from the same village. I will share more about it in the coming slides. Just reflecting a little bit, I just wanted to ask maybe, that how many people here live in vernacular houses? No one. And not me, not even me. And but even given an opportunity, if someone has the opportunity, would someone of us, would they like to have a life living in a very remote mountain village in a vernacular house? Maybe, yes, maybe. But that decision, I think it's not a one-day decision. It will take a lot of time if we want to think like that. And if we want to think like that, probably we will not start thinking with the idea of living in a vernacular house. We will probably start thinking with whether there is healthcare or not, whether there is education, there are schools or not, whether the village is connected, the accessibility is there or not. So So probably we will start think about those points before we think about heritage, even being the heritage people working in the field of heritage. Uh, so, uh, so I think it's actually not very different for the people living. We are all, at the end of the day, we are all same, and we have similar feelings, and the people in the villages also have similar challenges. So for them, heritage, there are a lot of conversations about heritage which happen, and the awareness or the educating the villagers happens. It's kind of top down, and it doesn't fail to resonate with the villagers because that's not their priority. Their lived reality is something very different, which uh, is about the challenges, overall challenges of life. So I think Zindagi Mubarak kind of is a festival, is a grassroots initiative, which is not, the idea is not to preach conservation or heritage or to the villagers or to educate them, but to have an experience together, a 3-day celebration together through music, and develop a connection with people, with the villagers, with the participants who are coming in organic way. Like I think Naveen sir mentioned that over a cup of tea, the conversations that happen, which are actually leave a much long-lasting impact. So thank you for your patience for this very long introduction. So the aim of the study is to explore how grassroots cultural festivals in the Mubarak can act as an alternative and an emotionally resonant medium for heritage education and advocacy by fostering community well-being, their cultural pride, which is kind of eroding, and sustainable development through celebration, participation, and a lived experience. Objectives are simple. I wanted to understand the discourse that is going on around the field of vernacular architecture and cultural heritage, and the relevance and the significance of vernacular architecture for the villagers specifically, and understanding their primary motivations and reasons for shifting towards modern construction techniques, to understand what are the gaps and the limitations of current heritage education and advocacy campaigns, and why they fail to connect with the very rural communities that they aim to target. Then to understand and explore the impact of a festival like Zindagi Mubarak as a case study for alternative approach for building awareness. So I will not go very in detail in literature review. So basically, through literature review, there were a few key points that I think I came across. One was that vernacular heritage, vernacular architecture, cultural heritage, and traditional knowledge system is very interconnected. They can't be seen in isolation. There is a huge gap. I think the discourse has been set over the years. I think it's beautifully led by our seniors that it is very significant. I think we all sitting in this room agree that vernacular architecture, cultural heritage, traditional knowledge system is very significant. It has been established by the various charters, various organizations, research papers. It has been taught in architecture schools, colleges. But having said that, even if it is established, but the ground reality is very different. What is happening in ground, it's not reaching. And in terms of practice, there is not much, unfortunately, which is happening. The government schemes or different kind of all the schemes or the awareness and education awareness programs which are happening, they sort of have a top-down bias. The word itself, educating villagers, is in itself it's a top-down approach in that sense. And sorry to say that, but we sometimes kind of think that villagers need to learn from us, but probably it's the other way around. And I also came across that there are complex issues, multifaceted issues. When we talk about that vernacular architecture is disappearing at a rapid pace, not one key issue, there are multi-faceted issues. But somehow, I think the key issues are kind of lack of employment opportunities, the lack of funding, because it all boils down to that. When we talk to the villagers, जब खाने को रोटी नहीं है तो आप heritage क्या बचाओगे? It comes to that. And there's huge out-migration. There's 60% of it, we can say it has become ghost villages. Okay, yeah. So I will just try to go a little quickly about it. And the mindsets are the mindset which looks at the kacha makan and the pakka makan is also a huge reason why this is happening. So my methodology has been a practice-based approach. When I started thinking about it, I did not think that it will become a research paper. So, but I'm glad that thanks to the NAVA, and I used ethnography and autoethnography as approaches, and the context is grounded in the festival, and it's co-created with Devendra. We call him Dev, who is a traveling musician, is a village local, and it's celebratory, community-driven, and the data collection is it happened during the organization of the festival, before the festival and after the festival, with interviews, semi-structured interviews with the villagers, with the participants, and observational analysis. And as the positioning is that I have kind of lived experience kind of, I think, helps in that. So quickly moving to this. Take the video. Acha, okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So this is, this is a festival, like I mentioned, that it is about well-being, and we are trying to create, it's a 3-day festival that happens we started with a very remote mountain village in Kamde of Pauri Garhwal district, and it's so remote that it's like there is no shop till 18 kilometers of that village, and the festival and the festival venue itself was the home of Dev, who's the co-founder of this festival. And these 3 days, what we do is basically we have different workshops, and we have music concerts, we have various open mic sessions with the villagers, and heritage is used kind of as a backdrop of all these events, and you can see that this is the backdrop is the ruins of the houses, and it's kind of not preachy, but organically we are celebrating it together, and we are talking about it, and hence developing the sort of consciousness. Just one more minute of the results and discussion. So these are some key results, that villagers are aware about the climate responsive nature. When I spoke to them, they understand, but it is more about the mindset, because the model is status vernacular is kacha, and poor families may still build with local materials if it is available to them. Cow sheds, because it is not kind of status links, it's still. So these are some of the results and discussions, and its approach is kind of gamified and participatory, and love and trust is, I think, at the core of it. Then I did some kind of quantitative analysis with the people, the participants who were coming as well, and they experienced the shift in their mindsets, and they shared. There's a village named Sanji, and it kind of I have also documented that earlier, so that kind of validated the work that we are doing. And then some of the conversations which happened with the villagers, the interviews that we did, it kind of it points towards the same, that awareness can happen through trust, and trust takes time and patience and mutual efforts, and it's a celebratory approach can help. And opportunities, coming quickly to that, the trust and dialogue, it is very important to build genuine human connections, which we pay to build when we are working on ground. Many a times, cultural exchange that had through the festival, it's a grassroots celebration. The challenges we are facing is through making the festival more popular, so people can travel to remote areas, and the funding part of it. And the way forward is, I think we can try to expand gradually, and to smaller festivals in remote villages, as well as close to the cities. There's digital outreach, and the core values, empathy and mutual respect, knowledge sharing and emotional connectivity, the foundation of the conservation. And ending with the quote that I have learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And I think emotion is a very undermined value when we are working in the field. और हम ऐसे ही, we always end it like that, प्यार से ही होता था और प्यार से ही होगा. With a lot of love, I think we can bring the changes, and we can reach the hearts of the people, and that can eventually manifest in these changes. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for taking more time.
Thank you, Meghna, for such inspiring grassroots perspective. Our final session, our final paper for this session is Reimagining Heritage Education, Placemaking Theories as Catalysts for Conservation Advocacy by Ms. Chandini Thadani.
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Zarna ma'am, for I think even building MAATI first of all, and having such an organization where we can have these kind of conventions coming together. Hearing your speech really inspired me because I also have my own very small organization called as Public Charitable Trust that works for the Pace for Heritage. I have also in the past written various papers on heritage and well-being, which was also part of their reading. So the first question to them in the initial classes were, what does heritage even mean to you? Try to situate yourself in some community and you yourself identifying yourself within your community, within a place, and then listing out what heritage means to you. That was the initial setting pace of the course, which went by in the stakeholder consultation process, which was also to be defined by taking forward all of these placemaking elements, which I would like to show you what students actually came about with. One such approach was where the students went about in taking up a space within the university and trying to imagine it as a future heritage and what the values are that people associate with. So the Getty framework talks about value assessment process, which has architectural value, aesthetic value, economic, social, cultural. Let's talk about the human experiences and memories that people have and try to put it down in a process where stakeholders themselves map them on their own heritage or their daily spaces that they utilize by. So these were some of the examples of how the assignments were taken by. Coming back to the methodology, the second phase of the course was taken up where students themselves became the custodians and started to develop a podcast in a way with any community that they belong to or any community that they identify them and narrate the stories that they have to tell us. So podcasts being one medium because they are the upcoming generation, we need to adapt with time and teach them ways to go about it. We cannot just ask them to endlessly make drawings and represent it in a way where it's not approachable to the general public that we're looking at. So developing newer ways to go about this. One such way was, yes, developing and coming up with podcasts and having a habit of developing blogs. Because in this generation where we are coming up with social media, what is the kind of history that we're even writing for tomorrow? What is the right way of going about it? So having a methodology where you're documenting people's history today and developing a methodology for it is something that I wanted the students to come about with. But in a very, very right kind of structured manner, but yes, the freedom for them to explore. So yes, we went by developing blogs, some podcasts, and then eventually the final takeaway was, and yes, the stakeholder consultation. The final assignment for them was to come up by looking at, so Shant University first of all in Gurgaon holds a legacy in itself, and it does have a history. It's going to be the history heritage site for the future generations, at least for architects for sure. Now, if today's students do not recognize it as heritage for tomorrow or do not know how to value it, then we will not know how to even preserve or conserve it in the future and eventually it will be in ruins. So making them putting the university in itself in a utopian situation where they had to reimagine it to be in a stressful situation and to develop conservation strategies for something that is not heritage yet, but to be imagined to be heritage. That's how they came up with very, very unique strategies where we are looking at almost all kind of issues that heritage as per se goes through, be it climate related issues, be it disaster, or be it even forgotten because it turned into ruins or forgotten for that matter. Let's start to put down values, stakeholders together in a place where everyone comes together to value it and preserve it was the whole aim and the methodology that I followed to make this whole course as per se. It can be adapted, readapted as per wherever required, but yes, that was one way it came about. So coming down to what the course objectives were actually, it was to develop principles of heritage, identity and placemaking in contemporary design through critical thinking and to analyze community engagement process and human experiences to inform heritage-based design approaches and digital documentation and storytelling. Storytelling is a very, very important part of heritage. How will history even be narrated for that matter is in our hands eventually. Through blogs, through podcasts, through heritage advocacy, all of this developed a sort of awareness inside of the students where they themselves started to defend their own university by the end, calling it Heritage for the Future. Yes, to list down more findings on that, where I have put it down in a way that yes, the university campus to be looked upon as a future heritage and what were the outcomes. So basically the outcomes were put down in a way that students were now very cautious enough to bring about sensitive solutions. Not just say that okay, we are going to either conserve, preserve and or regenerate, but to take into consideration what the people had to say. So they had different ways of doing it. Cognitive mapping, sensory-based mapping, mapping people's ideas, thoughts, memories through a way in which it could be documented in an interesting manner where it was approachable for the public to relate to. Not just have sheer drawings where we do not have our identification with. That's how the conservation process actually goes by there. We generally tend to have only architectural documentation drawings for a conservation site, but not something that is approachable for the public to relate with, memories or experiences. How do we map them? How do we put them on our drawings? How do we associate with them? These were some of the findings that we had. Yes, and the results and discussion that I would want to come about. So, just the before and after, like how we do in our conservation drawings as well, how the site looked earlier and how it would look after the conservation process. I think before it was the traditional preservation views that we had, that was already set out in the text and even in terms of the definitions that we already had. But yes, now we have a new continual process where we are making, where at least I try to do this at my university, of making students the custodians of heritage for tomorrow and the future. So it's a more human-centered focus approach. It has some emotional connections and it is community-driven. And yes, all the theorists that I came by in my at least lifetime, and I have tried to incorporate the same as a catalyst for this whole structure that I developed at my university. Yes, I would leave you all with the conclusion and recommendations. I think this entire course that I developed is there in the detailed paper that I've written down. But the recommendations are, yes, for sure, let's make the future students our custodians for heritage. Let's develop new pedagogical approach first of all to reach out to them and not just the older ones that talk about documenting, value assessment, coming out with statement of significance. Let's move ahead with time. Let's make the process more futuristic, continual, and that's more acceptable by everyone because eventually they are the ones who are going to represent our heritage. So I leave you with that thought on when does heritage even become ours fully as per se. Acknowledgement and great regard to the university where I come from, Sushant, and references to all of these documents that I've come by where I've critically analyzed them, put them down and come up with approaches of my own. So yeah, thank you so much.
Sunny for highlighting the role of education and placemaking in heritage conservation. With this, we now move on into the 15 minutes of panel discussion where our distinguished panel will share their reflections and engage with the ideas presented. We now invite all our panel members and the presenters to kindly come on stage for the panel discussion. Our respected panel members are Professor Neelkant Chaya, Dr. Mrinalini Atre, Dr. Sanghamitra Basu, and Dr. Reema Huja.
Poonam ma'am, I would like you to join us for the panel. The theme is education and advocacy. We need all the educators here. So, good morning. I am so happy we are on time. We have just heard 3 excellent papers that bring very different but connected perspectives on the subtheme of education and advocacy for heritage conservation. What stands out is the bottom-up approach, whether through museums reclaiming forgotten voices, grassroots festivals like Zindagi Mubarak, or pedagogical experiments with students. As 3 emphasizes that without the community, conservation cannot move forward. It is not enough to preserve objects and buildings, but we must engage people, stories, and lived experiences. Today, as we open the discussion, I would like to bring in a different perspective from the panelists, looking at how these approaches scale, connect with education, and align with global frameworks. I would like to start with Neelkant sir with a question, and then everyone can continue with the discussion. You have led people-centric projects on the ground. The papers today show small-scale community initiatives. In your view, is it possible to take such approaches at a larger scale in Indian states? And especially given today's economic and social pressures, will that fit in the context? Will that truly define heritage in future?
The papers that we heard were actually very diverse.
Get it from
And if this is the kind of diversity we bring to the classroom, then it will be fantastic. It is a difficult thing in today's time. Not because of anything else, but the fact is that people have become very fond of fighting with each other. And every discussion ends up with some terrible words being said about what the other person thinks. I think the mental aptitude to allow many different kinds of thought is the one thing which today's circumstances make it very difficult. So for example, if I wanted to say that uh, making a museum with conflicts is a good idea. Suppose I wanted to teach that in the studio. It is very difficult to convince other practitioners, other teachers, as to whether this is a useful thing or not. One, because it's a very dangerous territory, and students should not be put in dangerous territory. That's what we are all told. So I think that in the same way, I don't think in terms of economics we have any problem with any of the things. All the three papers, I am sure some reasonable amount of financial support could be found for Zindagi or for the Delhi work, the teaching. It's not difficult. It's not expensive. What you do is not expensive. So economically it's completely possible. It's in terms of the thought process behind that makes it more difficult. If I was in any one of the three classrooms, I think I would have had a great time. And that really is where we should, that conservation is something that gives you full satisfaction, makes you feel inwardly important, is, I think, the message that can go out to students. That's what I think.
Anyone else, if you want to put on the word to this?
Thank you to MAATI for having us here. But I'll cut short all the thanks and literally cut to the chase. For me, this is fascinating because, as some of you may know, but most may not, I'm not an architect. So a lot of this gives me fresh perspectives, but I have been linked with architecture for ever so long. By the way, I wanted to be an oceanographer and I wanted to go to SPA to do architecture. I am not yet an oceanographer, but I have been going to SPA. So good to see you here. The three of you, in a sense, are giving us three different angles to a multifaceted issue. So one is how museums can be used for different age groups. And in your case, you picked two which are relatively less known, which gives a fresh angle to anyone you are trying to reach out to. I'm hoping that the people who are visiting, well, one you cannot visit, maybe they need to go online with that. But I think it makes people think. Now, people may not always be wanting to think, so it's a painful situation, but they need to be able to. And you've done that in a very, very comprehensive way, which then links up to another aspect of how people think. Let's bring in Jamini's presentation here. It's too much for one to take in, but it's such a comprehensively presented curriculum. And I think we need to explore that further, including the way you looked at but in a sense, a living heritage that is going to become heritage and is mainly at this point a kind of cement building. So that way of students exploring it, which means that they will then, I hope, become great professionals. Whatever field they go into, and even if they leave architecture, they'll be well-balanced individuals. So I said that's how it is connecting. But we could have taken this triangle any which way, because what Meghna talked about is, again, working with communities and listening to communities. And as Sir has just said, we actually stopped listening. So I will say my piece and then I'll mentally switch off, because I've got something else. We need to listen. And what you're finding is what you're sharing back to the community. So for me, that is the point I wanted to make, and that there are so many angles to this that we will never maybe get to what exactly should be the one way. But then, as you all just said, there is just not one way. I think I'm going to stop there. Has anyone? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for some beautiful presentations, and I think me and Rima ma'am, we both are from different background, so we will be on the same plane. Three three dots connecting. One is fieldwork, grassroots fieldwork. Another is museum, how living heritage can be presented in the museum. And third is the methodology for this presents. Chandni, yes, I'm also teaching, but I'm teaching in the law school. So there we have a project, history project for students, and I'm using somewhat similar methodology. Yours is a very formal kind because you're from architect field. But yes, that's beautiful way, and you are putting up that as a research also, so that's wonderful. And talking about Meghna, grassroots level is wonderful. So as they say in Zindagi Mubarak, so we should all become part of it. Thank you.
Hello. I think whatever I would say, you got it very interesting. The common word, keyword, if I take from all the three presentations, is experience. You all have harped on that how do you feel and experience. Saying that, you all have taken different approach. But what is very interesting is that more than along with the experience, you also have mentioned that how to celebrate heritage rather than taking it as a moribund path. This is very important, especially in Indian context. About the conflict, Museum of Conflict, I just share, there are so many museums of Holocaust, and I remember that apart from conflict, when you come out of the museum, there are certain points, a narrative, which talks about the positive aspects, the sharing the narratives from the descendants of those who experience and how they feel about it. So when you come out of the museum, you not only take with you the conflict, but also the positive aspect of that. That's very important, and it makes you ponder that where should it go, and that's a contribution of a heritage. About the celebration mode, yes, you have beautifully said that how the vernacular setting can be used as a celebration, and not only one is a dynamic one, and that's a beautiful one, because we always in conservation are saying the product, emphasizing the product and how to conserve that. Here the celebration becomes the main key factor where the setting is important, and that's about the placemaking. Yes, what I like about that is that you are taking an approach which is from known to unknown. You're starting with the present thing, which is known to them, and in a way it also dissolves the barrier between present, past and future, which is the key word for any conservation, the continuum. So you all have beautifully, there is scope for improvement, but it's really you have taken a very varied approach and a very important aspect. We have to learn from that.
Taking from ma'am, I think the idea of experience. When we look at museums were always an idea of experience, but the idea of experience has changed. Because in the olden eras, museum was an experience because you did not have access to a lot of things. Museums and archives provided them. Though static, there was an experience. Now in today's age, with everything we have on the fingertip, I think the idea of experience needs to change. And it needs to be interactive. But at the end of the day, all the three papers I felt were also about education. And whose education? And most of the time I think when we actually go on ground, it is about us learning from them rather than them learning from us. Even when we practice hardcore built conservation, whatever we learn from books, I mean, of course it also comes from experience and learning, but a lot of things on ground you learn from masons, you learn from artisans, which you know the basic steps and techniques, but I think the nitty-gritties and a lot of decisions on ground. You invent a lot of techniques on ground, both for documentation and working, sharing experiences and outcomes. With me, because I'm also an educator, I'm an architect, I'm a conservation architect, and I'm also an educator, and I've been looking at how to look at history. Because we've always been doing stylized understanding of history, and we have started looking at how do we look at history not as an understanding of Roman or Indian. But what if we look at material histories? What if we look at histories of influences and inter-exchanges? So this is what I have personally been looking at in my history classes. How do you understand the documentation of history as an architect with the perspectives of space, material, people, rather than looking at something as a stylized, because I think stylized history also came when people started to understand that we need same language for discussion. So maybe it can also change, the dialects can differ. So those are the things, and also in education we have been experimenting with, because I do bachelors, and bachelors looking at heritage, because when they look at heritage they look specifically at history and then built heritage, because that is the notion we have carried in India. And then how do we then see history, heritage, and because with coming of living heritage, we are also looking at, we cannot stop, we should not stop development. And then how do you design with history? How do you design with heritage? Because there is a lot of pseudo-heritage which starts coming, rather than actually looking at, and which then is no connect to community or the actual idea of what it was, but a pseudo-representation. So we have been experimenting with students of how to look at history, whether the building is important, whether the notion is important, where do you document, where do you actually design, and then how can you pair up modern, how do you pair up new with historic? I would not say modern, because the definition of modern also changes with time. So yeah, I think all the three papers are looking at all these aspects one way or the other.
About the concept of history, I once met an archaeologist who said that he is doing PhD on postmodern archaeology. One of my students did a PhD on postmodern architecture. So I said, postmodern archaeology? Archaeology is past and postmodern. Then I said, what is this? He said, no, actually postmodern is a looking into perspective or the thought process about the living condition of the people, the thought process of the people. So I'm looking at the archaeology not as a product, but what was the society that time, how they are looking at the things, how they are able to build up. So to me this was really something very enlightening, the postmodern archaeology, which is very interesting. That's why I say looking at the history is a very different way.
Thank you so much for your insights to everyone. I agree with everything you just said. I just want to add one thing, that I'm from museology background, and whenever I visit any museum, I always feel that it has so much to say, but it is not clearly interpreted. But for heritage, when I see heritage, I see it's for everyone. And to make heritage accessible in present scenario and for future, I feel that आज के time पे जितने भी histories and people should relate themselves with what is represented inside those spaces. That's what I've tried to look at through my paper, to make heritage more and more accessible by making them more relatable. So that people think that yes, it's my heritage. It's not something which happened years and years ago, but it's something which my grandfather had gone through, or I have gone through, and I'm just going through. So yes, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I think it was amazing to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you everyone. Thank you guests and the presenters for the insights. I think we will proceed further.
Okay, wait. Come with the door. Sir, we will take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panel members and presenters for this interactive session. We'll now have tea and refreshments breaks, and the next session will begin from 11:45. Thank you for attending. recharged after having a hot cup of coffee and chai? So now with that momentum, let us now move to the session 2, which is centered around two interconnected sub-themes. First, reviving the neglected, forgotten histories and abandoned heritage. And the second one is balancing historic identity with contemporary needs. This session will examine how forgotten histories reshape our understanding of the past, explore strategies to revive neglected heritage, and debate the balance between conserving historic integrity while adapting to contemporary relevance. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Sanjukta Das, who will guide us through the paper presentations and discussions. We are honored to have with us an esteemed panel of experts, Dr. Naveen Piplani, Dr. Sanjeev Borakagoti, Professor Dr. Maulik Kaushal, and Dr. Niyati Jigyasu. Let us begin with our paper presentations. Each presenter will have 12 minutes for their talk. I now invite Ms. Tanya Srivastava to present her paper on Hyderabad Mapping the Unmapped, a dialogue between different architectural styles.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Tanya and I'm an architect by profession. So before further delay, I will start the presentation on Hyderabad Mapping the Unmapped. First, I would like to thank Zarna ma'am and MAATI for giving me the stage to present on this. So I'm going to today talk about a city that goes back to 400 years and it has been through several dynasties, such amongst which comes from Indo-Persian, we have Turk-Persian, we have Qutub Shahs, we have Mughals, we have Asadzads, and then we have Dutch and then European. So this is a city which have already so many members who have let their influence in city in form of architecture. So moving ahead, I would like to start with the city which is 16th century. Now we have to understand that this city, when it was constructed, originally the city was not there. It was constructed during the Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah, who was one of the rulers, and the first structure that came up in Hyderabad is Charminar, which is said to be, and the second is Badshahi Ashur Khana, and third is the Jama Masjid in the core area of Charminar. So without further ado, I would like to start with first page. Here we have a map which is illustrated from Mansoor in MA9 book. In this map, we can see how the city has grown through centuries from 1687 to 1750, where from Golconda we have movement towards Hyderabad. And by 1591, the city was already established by one of the architects named Mir Momin Astrabadi, who was from the course of Qutub Shah. When we see a city growing from a small point to something which led to a massive growth towards the north, it is what we understand as how only the heritage towards the lower area base. Second, this study which I am doing is purely focused on a drone-based documentation, through which I have generated 3D models as well as I have generated scans using now known as reality scan. In this study, I have selected 4 zones. Among those 4 zones, one of the main zones is through an area which is basically a Qutub Shahi zone. So it was established during the 400 years ago, but later the morphology changed to a certain extent that by the Asafzahi time period, by the 6th Asafza time period, we have a growth of severe commercial growth, and that shaped the morphology of the people who lived over there. Now through this, moving ahead, I would like to show you a very interesting map. We have 2 sets of map here, among which the center map shows how in the court of Asafza we have a French nobleman, Mansour Basi, who is bidding to the Asafza in the court, and through this we see that inside he is sitting in a palace. Through that we have a city walls. And I would like to mention that there are very less places remaining in Hyderabad where we have the city walls remaining till today. And in this place we can see Golconda on the top area. On the right side we have another palace. So through this we see Charminar on the right hand side in the map, and we have a radiality going through it. On the next map we see a map which is basically created by late Mr. M.A. In this map also we see how the river is there, how we have a zone which is the Begum Bazaar, how we have this space where we have a cardinal direction flowing through it. And in this map, the maroon color is basically the noble palaces, which were, some of which is still exist till today. Now, coming to the main part of this study, which is basically mapping the unmapped. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I think my voice is shaky right now. Sorry about that. So, I would like to mention there is a study which has been started. No, ma'am, it's just I'm nervous, that's it.
You are not friends.
Yeah, there is a timer actually. We are not going to mark anymore.
You are among friends.
So, in this study, there is a study which has been started by one of the very eminent engineers of Hyderabad, which is Mr. Ved Kumar, and he started an initiative through Intact Hyderabad around 12 years ago, if I'm not wrong. Surya sir may know the stats about it. So in this study, he sent some photographers who listed a lot of heritage structures, more than 7,000. I remember more than 7,000 listing we had. After that 7,000 listing, we shortened during the COVID time that project went ahead, and we have mapped around 700 proper structures of Hyderabad, which are grade 2 structure, grade 3 structure. And among those, we characterize them as per the architectural style that existed. Now what we see on this screen is not something which is just written. This has been established by one of the Ford Foundation report from 1984. In that Ford Foundation report, they have established that Qutub Shahi, Neo-Qutub Shahi, which is a variation from the domical structure, we have a facade with 5 arches, how the minarets are there. There will be some more difference in the style of minar. Then we have regional Mughal variation, because as I mentioned, the city went through several dynasties, and Mughals, though they were there for very less period of time, the Asafzas started as the Subedars to the Mughals. So after which they still followed till the Asafza II, when the capital shifted from Aurangabad to Hyderabad. After that only they started defining somewhere new style of architecture. So here we have how people influence the architecture of the city, and that we'll see in the drone photographs as well. Later we have European, as I mentioned. There are several contracts that went between English, British and Nizams. So among which, as to please them, as to like what they did. So architecture again came in, which is the Indo-European, and then a more local form which developed as Indo-European style. Then we have Art Deco. In Ahmedabad also yesterday I saw very beautiful Art Deco structures here. After that there is a style which developed after Afla, that is Osmanian style, which is the seventh, on the name of 7th Nizam. Next, as the literature review mentions, my study basically have 4 questions, among which it affirms about that what is the architectural, historical and cultural value of the 4 zones which are photographed through. Then we have some archaeological visual materials such as maps. There is a very interesting map which people are really not aware of that is based in Idara, which is in Panjagota area. And that map is one of the original maps of Hyderabad, and it's deteriorating like the maps which are deteriorating in Jawaharlal Palace right now. So moving ahead, these spaces we have then mapping those zones, understanding what value they can give. I have moved on to the digital technologies. So methodology is nothing major but how I use the drone, which is I use the DJI Mavic 2 for the capturing, and then I used ArcGIS. Also while doing the drone photography, I geo-coordinated the images so I can generate more realistic models about them. So here we have the first structure, which is the second structure that's constructed in Hyderabad, that is Badshahi Ashur Khana. It is situated on the cardinal direction, north of cardinal direction of Charminar, which is A. Then B is the site near Nampalli area, which is Dargah Yusufain. That Dargahs also, there is a set of Dargahs that developed during the Aurangzeb's time. During the pre-Aurangzeb's time period. I'll just say that, I'm sorry. So here we have our 1903 maps above, where the first map is a 1940 maps, which is generated after the 1909 floods by one of the engineers called Leonard Moon. Now moving ahead, below we have three archival photos of Badshahi Ashur Khana. Now for the ones who have visited Badshahi Ashur Khana, it is a place which have one of the most beautiful Persian inlays, where what we see here is basically the blue, the yellow, the red. These are all tile pieces. This is not paint. Only till the level of 1.5 meter, which was destroyed during the 1900 flood, then later destroyed during the 1911 flood, they have restored by using the paints. Now this is under the process of restoration under Aga Khan Trust. In front we have a very interesting structure. So the above photo which we see is a photogrammetric model which has been generated using the reality scan. I got it, sir. Yeah. So below what we have is one of the most beautiful example of dargahs that exist in the Nampalli zone. And this dargah, as you can see, these are the drone paths that had been taken to capture the area. This dargah model which we see has taken a lot of time to process, but it gives a very good example of Neo-Qutub Shahi architecture that developed in this zone. Here we have different arches which looks like Shahjahani, but they are not particularly Shahjahani. We have a dome which is more of onion shaped, and it's a double-storied structure. Moving ahead to Begum Bazar area, we have a set of Art Deco structures that have not been touched. First is this, a more vernacular local structure. Second is also an example of Art Deco structure. Third, we have something which is hidden in plain sight. For the ones who visit Hyderabad in the future, please, when you go towards Muazzam Jahi, though there are structures which are on the verge of collapse or are already collapsing, we have some of the beauty which just hides behind those facades. Here we can see a dome popping up, and this structure which we see behind is basically 350 years old. Next, we have an example of Indo-European architecture, where we have same Palladian kind of, we have parapets, we have balconies, we have chajjas, but it gives more of Indianized touch towards the arch areas. Now moving ahead, we have a vernacular and Indo-European architecture together. We have a set of vernacular buildings which came up, and an Indo-European facade which is more Indianized. Then we have a very interesting structure which is the Theosophical Society. That is also an Indo-European structure. Moving ahead, we have Hindu Bhavan and another Indo-European structure, but the detailing to structure, the facade, how they modified it. I'm sorry. Okay, my time is up, so I'll just move ahead. So this discussion basically about the structure is that as we are digitizing them, what should be the ahead way to go ahead about this structure? So I would like to mention that my aim is not to particularly conserve them, but my aim is to document as many structures as possible in Hyderabad before they get lost in so much.
Thank you, Tanya. You were really great. Next, I welcome Ms. Mayuri V. Diodhar to present her paper titled Preserving the Silent Narratives, Achalpur's Forgotten Heritage in Contemporary Context.
Hello, good afternoon all. I am architect Mayuri Devdhar, a conservation architect and currently associated with Symbiosis School of Architecture at Pune as assistant professor. Today, before I start, I would like to thank Zarna ma'am and the MAATI team for this amazing platform and to share my views here. So today I'll be speaking upon one of the unseen heritage village or a town. So the topic is preserving the silent narratives. So it's on Achalpur's forgotten heritage in the contemporary context. Achalpur is a small heritage town in Amravati district of Maharashtra state. We will see it in the location map. So, introducing the topic, the India's historic towns are the living archives. They are still standing there and narrating our origins, our traditions and our identity. But due to the rapid development, this has interrupted the layers of memories. Here in the picture you can see it is the entrance gate to the Achalpur town, known as the Dula gate, made up of sandstone and the motifs in sandstone and using Lakhori bricks. So Achalpur is one such town which was once a capital of Warad region and today it is an overlooked heritage center. So my study focuses on how we can revive this neglected narrative and re-anchor them in today's contemporary context. So the aim is to recognize, to document the forgotten heritage, the cultural heritage, which is a mix of tangible and intangible, and emphasize the urgency of revival. For that, objectives include tracing its evolution under successive rulers, documenting the historic structures, and identifying the present threats that impacts the spatial character of the town. And for the same, the literature review goes as the historical background. What is the background? Then the chronology of the rulers, the existing research works, comparative analysis between the past and the present condition of those structures, and finally identifying the gaps and giving the proposal for its revival. So the methodology includes both primary and the secondary data collection and analysis of typologies, comparing their past and present conditions and identifying the gaps. So here is the introduction to Achalpur. As you can see in the map, here is India. Here the red one is the Amravati district, and in Amravati district the red one marked is the Achalpur town. This is the village map, and this portion is the heritage, the historic town of Achalpur within the administrative boundaries, and this is the map where the color code states various suburbs of the town, starting from this the Bilanpura to the Begumpura, which is the last suburb of the historic town, and the dotted ones is the fortification formally known as Ilichpur or Ilpur, and it is a municipal council in the Amravati district. Also, it has beautiful structures right from fortifications to vadas to leisure structures to water systems to waterscapes built by Khilji dynasty, from Khilji dynasty towards the British rule. Also, the town bears a narrow gauge railway station which was built by Britishers, which was known as Shakuntal Railways, which were there till 2020 and then it shut down. So, also one important thing, it has some state protected monuments as well. Being a state protected monument, they are not protected. So that's the another story, another side of the coin. So let's dig deeper. So in this map, as you can see, there are different build typologies, as I said. The gates, the temples, the mosques, the stepwells and the leisure structures. So the first one is the dark circle. This is the old town boundary. The second one is the area with high concentration of historic buildings, where you can see the temples, the masjids, the mosques, the stepwells and the fortification. And there are two tributaries of river Chandrabhaga, that is Sapan and Bichal, which pass through the town. And here the fourth one is the narrow gauge railway station, which is just outside the main fortification.
Maybe you can stay there. They will do the next slide for you.
Sorry, I'm just little. Okay, the main fascinating thing, when I was doing research about this town, I was so surprised to see the timeline right from 10th century towards the British rule. Now, the most important thing was the people residing there, they are not themselves aware of such a vast timeline they have in their town. So, in 10th century, the King Il founded the city of Ilpur. The town was known as Ilpur. And during the Khilji dynasty, the very first historic structure was built, which is Dulha Rahman Ghazi Dargah. Then, during Tughlaqs, they built Idgah and Jama Masjid. Then, Bahamani Sultanate brought a new intervention, a new turn point to the town by building the ancient water management systems as we see in Bidar today. During Imachai dynasty, they also bought one very different kind of structure, which is a leisure structure built in an artificial water tank known as house katora, an octagonal structure. And during Mughals, there were two major reforms, that were the Mandaleshwar stepwell and Cinetop of Mansingh I. And during the Nawab's rule, Nawab Ismail Khan in 1764, he constructed a fortification with 5 gates to the town for safeguarding it from the invaders which were nearby. And during the British rule, they bought the narrow gauge railway station and some schools. Next. Okay, so here you can see the gateways of the town. The first one, the entrance gate. This is the entrance gate, which is Dulha gate. Then second one is the Khidki gate. Third one is the Jivanpura gate. The fourth one is Bundelpura gate. The fifth one is the Hirapura gate. So the gates are very majestic. They speak for themselves, and they have all the architectural elements, right from motifs to multifoil arch and to the bastions. Okay, so these are the next group of monuments which are there. So this is the first ever historic structure of the town, built in front of Sapan river. Now you cannot see the river, that is a sad story. Then this is the Jama Masjid. This is the house katora I was talking about. This is a state protected monument, still in a dilapidated condition and needs protection as soon as possible. These are the remains of water chambers. It is said that there were 9 water chambers, chambers which were used to supply water to the town. This is the remains of step well by the people, and alongside the stepwell there is an agricultural land, and when I visited this particular site, I was unable to find it within the area, and the person who was residing there, he was like, हाँ ये तो रोज का ही है हमारा, अब कौन ध्यान देता है. This was the statement by him. And this is the Idgah. The ground you can see in front, it is used for the namaz and the festivals that are associated. And last but not the least is the tomb garden. It was built as a garden, and there are some burials of those families, of royal families, but now it is under some threat. Next. Yeah, second last slide. So issues that were observed are encroachment, then construction just towards the bastion and the temple, which is harming the values, the quality, the materials of historic structures. Then poor upkeep of the towns. You can see the cables and wires which are causing harm to the structures. Also the tilting and settlement, there are vertical cracks in the structure, and excess vegetation growth is again causing harm. Next. And so the conclusions and recommendations. So the overall character of the town is shaped by its built character, and it has a large number of heritage structures and built environment, and many traditional structures are also there which are now lost. Lack of proper conservation and heritage management approach. So there is a strong need for documentation, awareness amongst the community, because community is the only source who is going to live there, and they must be aware of their rich cultural heritage. And lastly, involving community in safeguarding this cultural heritage will help to the forgotten heritage histories, and the abandoned heritage can contribute to the cultural continuity and the long-term identity. Thank you. These are the references and the books. Also, one important thing, there are very less archival data on this particular historic town. So only one book was there written by Prashant Sir on the Achalpur Itihas, that is the history of Achalpur, which was the only document I was able to refer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayuri. I now invite Mr. Vipin Wilson for his presentation on Thike Gramam, Identity, Inhabitants and Time.
Today I wanted to take you to a gramam, which translates to village, but I would like to use the word gramam because I feel that carries more depth. Okay, so it's a place of ancient memories, quiet rivers and homes that have witnessed centuries of history. I would like it if all of you could picture this image in your head. So islanded by other kingdoms lies a kingdom in the center, which was a safe haven for people, as well as it was a heaven for breaking barriers. So that was Thike Gramam. But it's also a place facing a silent battle, a battle between the past and its present. So we had this opportunity to explore it as a typical documentation studio. But then further on along the way, we had discussions which led us, and this platform gave us the chance to present it. So that's what happened. So initially there was no idea of going for research on this place and talking about it either. But this happened over a cup of tea, and it dragged over 2 long years, and now finally we are standing here to present about the place. So we began the journey with this powerful idea from the composer Gustav Mahler. Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of the fire. So think about that. Are we just preserving the cold, dead ashes of the past, or are we trying to keep the living fire, the spirit, the culture alive? This question became a guide. And recently I was also lucky enough to hear the lecture by Moshe Shabde about belonging. So that further strengthened about what we were talking about and what we had discussed among ourselves. So in Teke Gramam, we kept asking ourselves, who really shapes the place? Is it the architect who designs it, or the family that lives, loves and grows older within its walls? Which resonates with again what Sabde was talking about, sense of belonging. From the user, where sense of belonging comes from the user, where as architects we can only assume certain things. So who is the true author of meaning? And ultimately, who should we honor more, the culture of the past or the needs of the present? We didn't find an easy answer, but we found conversations happening with this. To understand this, we looked at the work of great thinkers like Aston Balcher, taught us that the house is not just a brick and mortar, it is a psychological repository of memories and dreams. And another philosopher, Martin Heidegger, said that build is not just construct a shelter, but to dwell, to exist meaningfully in a place. And Christian Neuburg-Schultz talked about the genus loci, the unique, intangible spirit of a place. You can't measure it with a ruler, but you can feel it. So the big question for the conversation becomes, is a goal to preserve the original stone of a building or to sustain the enduring spirit of the community? So this, what you see in the slide, is a basic diagram of what the place is about. So the linear small rectangle on the left hand, on my left hand side and your right hand side, is the river that encapsulates the village, and the circles are the temples that holds it strong, and with the agraharam or settlements on all three sides around. So how do we try to capture the spirit? So our study was developed on this four methodologies or typologies that we use. First, the time travel, that is, we looked into all maps, and certainly we had very little information about that. So we got as much as we could, then we did physical scans of the place, we documented the place, then we had the human story told. That is, we asked the people about the interviews, and that was more important for us because we had a lot of myth, facts associated with it. And we didn't have much to cross-refer what is true, what is false, because there was nothing written down about that particular place. And then finally this aha moment that came, and I believe it's still going on because we are not done with it, we still discuss about it, is finally we put it all together, connecting the physical changes, the personal stories, and to find out what the living truth about this particular place could be. So what we found was a gramam at a crossroad. We discovered a clash of priorities. So let me give you an example. So once when we were interviewing one of the older person in the village, what he asked me was, so that literally translates to how many, if I've been very direct, that means how many toilets do you have in your house. So putting it in a subtle way, I framed it such a way that why should we live in a museum while others dictate the heritage, what heritage means for us. So on the one hand, outsiders such as architects, historians, we focus on preserving the authentic look, the sloping roofs, the stone walls. But on the other hand, what do the user want? And how much of it are we able to give? So this is the central dilemma. Do we value material purity of a building or the social value it holds for the people who inhabit it? So we also found contested narratives. Like the official history books or the people, most of them were talking about the sage who started this place or who was the one who gave birth to this gramam. Then we also heard about the people, all the 12 Brahmins who came there and settled. But very few, and at least once we were there more than a week documenting the place, and somewhere in between we got to know, or we found out something interesting. There was a street that was initially called Scavenger Street, that is with the British era, and then now it is called as a Company Street. So we dig further into it to find out what it means. So the reason the street was named Scavenger Street was that all these houses that were there, all these row houses that were there, their toilets were in the back. And there were people who were literally there daily to clean their toilets for them. And that's how the street name was called Scavenger Street. But now it's a company street, that's another story. So moving on, so the discussion really boils down to three things. People versus monuments. Are we saving buildings or are we sustaining communities? Whose story gets told? Are we only preserving the grand dominant histories or also the quiet everyday stories that truly defines this place? And the emptying of meaning. If you freeze a village in time, we risk creating a beautiful shell, a museum that has lost its living soul. So what's the way forward? Our conclusions are in a shift in perspective. And not that these are not things that we have not done, we are doing it. Firstly, we must see heritage not as a static object, but as a dynamic process. It's a constant, respectful negotiation between memory and modernity. And in this process, the community must be the primary author. They are the keepers of the fire that Malthus spoke of. Therefore, we recommend a framework shift, moving from imposing solutions to listening first. And I believe we do the listening, but then the implementation gets lost in between. Championing co-design. This is also something we do in the initial stages. Then again, on papers it gets lost. So we tried proposing a few things for this place as well. And finally, what we could end up was displaying or giving them something for the public or for their town hall as a display. So embracing hybridity, celebrate adaptations that will still create or capture the character and keep the living essence alive. Document the unwritten. We must actively preserve the intangible stories, the silences, the everyday rituals before they fade away. So there was this video which would have given, but this doesn't play. The Techigram's legacy hinges on a simple idea. Preservation isn't about freezing the past in time. It's about nurturing a living culture where communities themselves wield torch to keep their fire alive. So our study is an invitation to listen more, to prescribe less, and to imagine an architecture that speaks with the voices of its people. So these are the references that we went through for this study, after which we were able to come up with this paper. And this is finally the place that is Tekigram. Thank you.
Thank you, Pipin, for that engaging presentation. Well, to conclude the paper presentations of this session, I welcome Mr. Ankur Jyoti Datta to share his paper on historic urbanism in modern metropolis, exploring adaptive strategies for the old city of Delhi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ankur Jyoti Datta. I'm a landscape architect from SK Delhi and currently pursuing my PhD from UC Berkeley on the domain of gender, space, and architecture. And academically, I'm associated with Anant National University as an assistant professor. So today, I'll be going to present my research on the topic of historic urbanism in modern metropolis, exploring adaptive strategies for the old city of Delhi. So this was a part of a continuous part of a studio program that we're leading between the SK Delhi Landscape Department and Sheffield University, where we are trying to, it's a part of a larger domain of Delhi, where we are exploring the lost heritage of Delhi from places of Shahjahanabad, Mehrauli city and Nizamuddin precincts, and how those layers of built and unbuilt interact with one another and how they have their own narratives. So this inquiry or this research emerges from a critical recognition where historic cities such as the old city of commonly known as Shahjahanabad are not inert monuments of the past but layered inscriptions of both cultural and ecological histories, where they must be theorized and planned not as heritage prisons but as living urban organisms negotiating between both tradition and modernity, continuity and rupture. Coming to the introduction part of it, so if we talk about the historic cities, the historic identity of any settlement is twofold. Firstly, it raised from a material form comprising of the architecture, the spatial order, its streets and its gates. Then comes the intangible culture, which comprises of the rituals, festivals, foodways, memories that are carried upon by the communities. But currently, in the rapidly changing environment and due to globalization and urbanization, heritage is primarily reduced to only built monuments. But heritage, if we talk about the term, is both the understanding of fabric and practice and structure and sociality. Therefore, strategies such as adaptive reuse, contextual design are not just technical innovations, but they are also tools for sustaining cultural continuity within the modern environment. So, talking about, coming back to the city of Shahjahanabad, which is a part of a historical settlement, is composed similarly with tangible dimensions and intangible dimensions, and to reduce conservation to material fabric alone is what Lawrence Smith in her book in 2006 talks about uses of heritage, where she talks about insists on idea of expanded conception of heritage, one that recognizes both architecture and effect, structure and sociality, and also the built and the unbuilt layer. Coming to the literature review, theoretically, if we talk about historic urbanism and its association with adaptive reuse, here prominently three major conceptual entry points can be observed, where the first, it talks about a city as the pamphlet, where Aldo Roshi's notion of urban artifact reminds that cities embodied collective memory and layered through time. Then second, adaptive reuse as continuity, where heritage survives not when frozen but productively when reinscribed into urban contemporary economics. And thirdly, ecology of the open spaces, which primarily includes indoor cities as stepwells, chalks, courtyards, gardens, where they form a socio-ecological infrastructure and also helps in the city's resilience. So in short, we can say that a historical urbanism is a nexus of memory, ecology and economy, which demand integrated strategies rather than isolation conservation efforts. For a methodological approach, we have used a mixed method design of firstly doing the empirical fieldwork where systematic documentation of the precinct was done along with activity mapping and conducting semi-structured interviews with the residents, traders and artisans which are there and who have survived the narratives of continuity and change. And then also the archival research where planning manuals, colonial cartographies and post-independence policy documentation were studied to understand a multi-scalability informed architecture and open space to sociocultural practice and policy framework. Now, talking about the city of Shahjahanabad was founded in the year 1639 by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan and was a political center that was articulated along the river Yamuna and was monumentalized in the Red Fort and Jama Masjid along. But within the subsequent, because Delhi was later on turned into a colonial center, so there was colonial dismantling of the fortification, then there was a trauma of the 1857 and further the gradual erosion of its water and the garden systems that were included within those precincts. But despite this fragmentation, the city still remains as a living city where the markets of Chandni Chowk, Chowri Bazaar still thrive and religious diversity persists and cultural traditions continue to shape everyday life. Talking about the policy implementation that was being done within the city, you can see that initially in the 1937, the city was, when the Delhi Improvement Trust was implemented, the rate marker shows the Ashraf Ali Road, which demarcated the old city and the new city, which was a clear identification of how the new city that was forming and the old city was different in terms of design and in terms of its architecture. Then in 1962, the Delhi Master Plan regarded it as a slum area and was focused to be re-densified in a more designed manner. And then in 2021, it was declared as a spatial area, and in 2021, it was considered as a conservation and redevelopment area. Talking about the social infrastructure, the city of Shahjahanabad the social infrastructure primarily consists of the dargahs, mosques, temples, sarais and khatras, which provide frameworks of cohesion among the plurality of different community of people living there. And one of the other things that was noticed over here was the rise of tourism and demographic intensification over the years, which have transformed the city's layout and also the city's circulation and the flow. So coming to the how this evolution has happened, so the evolution was studied in 3 layers of open spaces, green systems, water systems and circulation systems, where if you look at the green systems, it is connected with firstly with the street, then to the chalks, then comes the gardens, which are further divided into private and the public gardens, and then the havelis. The havelis are the gardens within the havelis are further divided into public men's courtyard and the janana courtyard. So primarily if we talk about the green systems were the parks, the garden, that were designed not as leisure landscapes, but as a climate regulator for the city. Then if we talk about the water systems, which were over the Baulis, the canal networks, they were designed as utilitarian and anchoring rituals for gathering, which with the green system form their own microclimates, and further the circulation systems showcases partial hierarchies of within the structured regimes of mobility, commerce and encounter. So this together form an urban ecology of openness which caters simultaneously to the 3 needs of environmental, social and economic aspects. And then when we look further at the layout of the typologies over there, we could see that initially when the city was started, the core, the Red Fort precinct, which was over here, the father is green pockets, so father well designed and was in a much larger manner. But as the city has developed in today's current stage, they have formed into fragmented parts. And then similarly, if you leave the city, those gardens and the greens along with the city's road sections, we can see initially the street had a very unified pattern. But during 1857, during the Sepoy 400-meter clearance was given, where the entire, which further reshaped the city's road network. And with what we currently see when we go in the city is the after effect of this part. And then when we talk about the overall road network and dynamic patterns, there are some of the conculated points that primarily happen within the city. Sorry, I'm going to speed up fast because the time is running out. And then when we talk about how public cohesion occurs within the city, you can see that and the main arterial roads serve as the primary connecting point, whereas the farther as we go inside, we see those smaller hubs where they have their own networks of community association, and this further showcases the diversity of user group and activity patterns that were being observed during the different period of time. So we have tried to observe between 9 to 11, 1 to 3, 4 to 5 and 7 to 9 in 4 prominent areas of Jama Masjid complex, Chandni Chowk, Jama Masjid eatery areas and the Karim's Lane. And then further when we have tried to associate this with the housing typology there, we have been able to identify 3 major changes that have occurred in 3 primary years. First change has occurred during 1857, where you can see these havelis have, this is the haveli Badar Adin, where the courtyard was used as an in-between space for the people exponential way as you move towards the Indian hierarchical manner. You can see that farther these courtyards have been converted, these residents and their courtyards have been converted into mixed commercial use, where the ground floor now is used as a shop and warehouses. Similarly, the top floors are being rented out, and these courtyards are now used as storage units, some part of it, and where they started to gradually lose their identity. Similarly, if we talk about the Khatras and the Boulevard, they have also started to change in terms of their identity and their use pattern. So, coming to the last part of it, if we talk about how these strategies can be adaptive strategies and historical abandonment can be linked into, what is the last slide? So, can be linked is by introducing derived adaptive strategies like adaptability, communities, cultural continuity, through intangible heritage space, participatory planning, revitalization of open spaces, and heritage sensitive infrastructure. Concludingly, I would like to conclude my presentation with that historic urbanism is not about nostalgia for the past, but about sustaining cultural vitality in the present. And if we speak of Shahjahanabad as heritage, it is not only to speak of architecture, but of memory, ritual, identity, and more primary ecology. And its resilience lies not in being preserved as a relic, but in being continuously lived. The lessons that we have derived from Shahjahanabad can be resonated far beyond that and can provide models for historic cities worldwide and can dedicate interplay between conservation and transformation between local and also by creating local identity and global pressures. Thank you everyone.
Thank you to all our presenters for their insightful contributions. We'll now move into a 15-minute of panel discussion to reflect on the presentations and further explore today's theme. We are honored to have with us an esteemed panel of experts, Dr. Naveen Piplani, Dr. Sanjeev, Bora Kakoti, Professor Dr. Molly Kaushal, and Dr. Niyati Jigyasu. I now hand over to our session moderator, Ms. Sanjukta Das, to take this discussion forward.
Hello everyone. So moving ahead, I think this session 2 was quite an in-depth session where we could see the two different kind of papers, where two papers like before mapping the unmapped of Hyderabad, especially Hyderabad, and the Shahjahanabad. Those two papers talked about the unmapped heritage, especially in the old core of the metro cities, and also the other two paper, Achalpur, which identified Achalpur's forgotten heritage, and Thekegram, if I'm not wrong, Thekegram, which those two places again, which is unknown, and which talked about how these small town cities or these rural settlements, they not only talk about the tangible aspect, but it goes beyond the tangible and intangible. It's more about the belonging, people, community, and the sense of belongingness. So I think to carry ahead with the discussion, I will request Dr. Naveen sir to put forward on factors. How can we actually identify? We have seen these 4 papers which have talked about or mapped various neglected heritage in 2 different level of places. 2 papers talked about the metro cities, 2 talked about the small towns or the rural places of India. So like that, there are as you also talked in your speech. So there we have diverse heritage with diverse kind of region and places. So how can we actually identify, or like can you put some highlight on some factors, how can we identify such heritage, and actually how can we document it? First is how can we identify, because if we can identify only then we can revive it.
Okay, so firstly, congratulations to all four of you. Now, these are the studies that we have been seeing for so many years in architecture schools, and students are very fascinated by the places that you have chosen. See, the methods, the frameworks, and the systems to first-hand identify whatever you may call heritage as a starting point. If you are not defining heritage, but you go and you see, oh, this looks like something which is of historical interest, archaeological interest, architectural interest, cultural interest, functional interest, aesthetic interest, social interest. There are so many value systems which are already available. You can pick up any or more than one and assess what you are seeing or what you are experiencing falls into any of these categories, and then you pick them up and then you start doing what we call listing, which actually is inventorization or mapping. So I do not feel that the existing systems or frameworks are inadequate. What they are doing is they are basically wanting you to categorize what you are seeing in various forms of heritages. That categorization you may question from the lens of either that settlement, locality, region, wherever you are. So you may not necessarily pick it up, fit your structure and say, yeah, this fits into the heritage dialogue, and so I will start documenting it and mapping it. That is a pitfall. It can be a starting point, but should not become a pitfall for you. And the second thing about documentation was, again, there is visual, manual, digital, photogrammetry, drone, and whatever else, GIS. All these tools, again, are available to you, but you have to see, you may want to use drone, let's say, for the documentation of Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar, Red Fort, Meenakshi Temple, and this, that, and the other. But when you go on ground, you may want that documentation to be more visual, tactile. In fact, when we were working at the Taj Mahal and Sir Bernard Fielder had visited, and the project was sponsored by the Tata, so there was no dearth of money. We would have used as much technology as possible, but he asked me, Naveen, do you know your building inch by inch? For that, I would have to pick up the tape. So even when you have the resources, you may choose which tool or technology you have to understand what you are documenting. It's not taking a picture. Photogrammetry things look very nice, but if somebody asks you how many foliations are there in the arch, you will not know. How many arches are there in the facade, you may not know. What would be a feet in inches height? So all these things are available, but how you use them or modify them, adapt them according to your needs and requirements is where you come in as a human being, which even an AI cannot do for you. That experiential documentation and knowing personally, face to face, hand to hand, finger to finger, that is what I would profess at this age when you are just kind of launching yourself. You go into larger and larger scale projects, bigger and bigger, you do the whole of Qutub Shahi tomb or Humayun's tomb complex. Of course you need technology. So that would be my two bits.
Niyati ma'am, I think you have worked on like old settlements pattern and all. So I would like request you also, like we have seen the paper in Ekegram's paper which talked about such rural settlement. So what are your take, like if you can give us some insights or your own.
Yeah, so I think first of all it has been very interesting morning, especially thanks to MAATI. Even the morning presentation in the first session, they were very, very interesting, and even the ones which are happening now. And Tanya, I don't think you were supposed to be nervous or anything because we saw those postcards, they were very interesting. sure that how to take it forward in the sense of whether as a criticising or as a just a academic tool or so it was.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm Tanya, and I work basically for Surya sir. And I have been with Surya sir since 6 years. It's going to be. And with Surya sir, as Naveen sir said, inch by inch, that I learned from Priyanka ma'am. I have been taught very, very well. So, first of all, I'll come to the card part. I have been working on Hyderabad city. Particularly, I work on Kakatiya temples. But with Hyderabad city, I work on some of the structures. Currently, we are working on Golconda as well. So, for when I walk, and I started conducting heritage walks in Hyderabad city. So it's already been 2 years for me to conduct heritage walks in city and parts of Karnataka and Telangana, which I do on weekends. So in this way, whichever walk I conduct, to communicate to people, to tell them what we are seeing and make them understand the place through the means of something tangible, I make those cards. So every walk I make a set. In that way, it becomes like a inventory for me and an understanding for the person. So through that, I'm learning a lot I'm learning in that way. And in that way only, as I see these spaces, I understand that there are some legal permissions required. It's not that easy, people don't allow because it's private. So wherever we get permission, I just get the drone, I'll fly it, I'll make it as a base for future videos. So walk is the means, ma'am, and it helps, it really helps.
And I do agree with Naveen when he says that these AI tools or these other technology, they are mainly support systems, so they can't be taken as the main thing. But of course, they do help. Like especially when you are showing, there are these unrecognized heritage within that thing. As a person, when we move around today in this kind of cities, it might be very difficult to find them. But through this, you might be able to bring them to life compared to what otherwise you would have done. So coming to Hekagram and Achalpur, right? Yeah. So very interesting settlements, and it was interesting way that you did that. And there were two things. One was, of course, the continuity is always the issue. Shahjahanabad, urban place, same. I think all of them the same thing. When we talk about continuity, when we talk about modern versus and so that's going to be like a discussion that we can go on, and I think yes, we have been doing that, and we have been looking at these case studies on and on. But what I would just like to say in this is that, especially because we were talking about that these unrecognized places like Hekagram, even Achalpur, it would be very interesting if we could have some kind of a repository at some point of time. Whether we do it at MAATI or ICOMOS, because ICOMOS, I think Zana would know that, and some of us other people, that we were trying to do that repository for the ICH. So trying to see that it can be fed in from all the points. So even from other institutes also, so that people who want to actually look at it, it's easier, because otherwise it becomes that you would be doing it and like it's in your laptop and maybe one of the paper that you have. So with MAATI also and with ICOMOS, I think we should really try and work out some kind of a national repository where we can actually look at this, trying to put everything together. So maybe we'll try to look at it tomorrow, and if we can rework on that whole thing. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so Molly ma'am and Sanjeev sir, if you can also put your insights or have some questions to our presenters, especially also on the aspect of intangible and tangible.
Well, I don't have questions, but it's been a great learning experience when I looked at the presentations in the morning, and of course your keynote and the 4 papers that came. I think, well, I'm not an architect, so obviously if I have questions, I have larger questions to the discipline, to its methods and methodology, especially when you throw in the intangible into it. Okay, so I think those are very larger debates and they can't be taken up here. I am sorry that you couldn't finish your presentation. That should not have been, because how you conclude is also very important, not just what you throw in between. So I'm extremely sorry that happened. Having said that, the first two presentations within the disciplinary boundaries, they remained very much within it, didn't cross them. And it was a new introduction to new spaces, to new ideas. But I think the most challenging ideas that were thrown up were by the last two presentations. And why I say so, I am still not talking about the methodological and the problematics of throwing the tangible and intangible, especially when it is coming from professionals or built heritage. No matter what you may say about the intangible from your presentations, the tangible remains the core and the intangible becomes the appendix, though the last two presentations tried to kind of, negotiate with that position. But what I really liked, in your paper was that you talked about the dilemma. And I think that's very important. No one is ever sure. I'm 65 and I'm still not sure that, what I'm speaking even right now. And when you're encountering communities, as you said, we should know the building inch by inch. You better know your people voice by voice. It's not just the counting heads, but voice by voice, how many different and contested voices. And you also hinted towards it. And Shah Jahanabad has changed. It's never going to be the same. Nothing is ever the same. Our own body cells are not same. So there's nothing to retrieve. Okay, there's only to move forward. And how we move forward, the two of you raised some very important questions, and I come back to the dilemma of that, the tangible and the intangible, past and the time. You raised very important point in your presentation when you said about the culture of the past. I have issues with that, but yes, the past as the past gone by, the past that still exists, and the need of the contemporary. And the contemporary includes everything, from lives to ecologies to modernity to tradition so it's a very vast field, but that you are on the right track, and good luck to all of you. Wonderful.
We had 4 very good papers, very nice papers. And for me, it threw some questions like who are the real creators of the heritage structures, and how did that change over time, and how this can be preserved. So these questions have been dealt with in these papers. For example, in the case of Hyderabad, the societal requirements have changed the architecture. In the previous periods, we could afford to have very large buildings. There were huge space. Now population have increased, so we cannot have big space. So we have to accommodate in small space. So buildings have changed. So it is not the architect, it is the people who determine how the architecture will be. So the credit goes to the people. And I can tell you one example from my place, Assam. You have heard about the Kamakya temple. There were some Buddhist papers. In Asarpur, you talk about the layers of trees, culture as layers. So in the same monument, there can be different cultural heritages. That Kamakya temple, who is very famous, as a Hindu temple, was actually built on the foundation of a Buddhist temple. So that culture was invented, but since Buddhism gradually decayed in that part of land, so Hinduism prevailed. So that temple was converted. So that way, the societal requirements adds to different new facets. And how to preserve the architecture, that the example of Sajanabad, now Delhi, that shows the way. If you have a heritage structure which you own, but it's not owned by the government, you can convert it to a commercial venture like being done in Rajasthan. Havelis are converted to hotels, restaurants. So if the government owns it, then government can preserve it as it is. But if it is a family property, they can make it a commercial venture which is being done in Delhi. So that way the old heritages can be preserved by making their new utility. So these are new ideas. So I find very captivating things in all the papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. If anyone from our audience, guest and participant have any questions or anything to discuss, we will quickly discuss, and otherwise I think we are almost at time. Yes, sir, please.
I think very good presentations by all the speakers. One observation I would like to make from the panel, what has been observed, very rightly pointed out by Dr. Naveen, inch by inch experience to voice by voice. So the connect between what has been mentioned by other panel speakers also, I think these two are the most important things we need to understand in terms of experience, voice by voice experience and inch by inch experience when you are documenting, when you are connecting, and finding strategies, be it adaptive ways, adapt for the current day, or documenting it from the perspective of the ground experience that is written when Achalpur's forgotten thing is documented, where we are not sure whether a structure abutting the fort wall and a bastion is, it might appear as dangerous and are not good for today. But when you go to the community at the place, we may have to negotiate, and the solution at that place may not be same and need not be same for every place. So in the name of actually developing models or anything, we should not be confused with the context specific idea and reality. That's what I would like to just make an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grishma. So I just had one observation where all of the mappings were done with some perspective in place previously. So we might be a, I don't know, this is like a question. if mapping is done considering with a perspective in hand before, like a hypothesis is there in the mind and then the mapping is approached, will we miss something, or like everything is covered through that lens, or like if there is answer to that, I don't know. Are there biases involved during mapping itself? So we might lose on some information while doing the mapping itself. So that was the question to the panelists also. Did they felt that or something?
So I'm not sure if you'll miss, but definitely there's a lot of addition that happens. Especially in my case, we started with a perspective, but then a lot of things got added to it. And only part of it we presented here. There are a lot of other stuff, like it was a never-ending process. The more we stayed there, the more we started discovering, the more we started finding out. So I think we need something to start on, but it always keeps expanding.
So how do we define it's like complete mapping is done, that is, no data is lost for future? So that is...
So I'll share the experience that is had.
I think Naveen sir can, if you can answer.
Looks like the research seems to be having all the answers in the world. There is so much technique, technology, approach, principles, practices today available at your, except one thing, which is financial resource. So the purpose and the objective is essential to start with that what you can achieve with what you have, right? And then as he says, the more you discover, the more you excavate, the more your search for finding increases, then you start expanding your scope of documentation. But first you need to say, I'm going to do this in this much and give you this output. Because somebody is giving you something to do this, you're not spending your own, right? She's here with all this because she is looking at 3 दिन में निकलने क्या वाला है, बातें तो बहुत हो रहा है. So, as I said, giving an example of Taj project, we had no dearth of money. It was Tata's project and they were willing to spend crores in 2002. But we documented with that blue tape. होता है 5-10 मीटर या 15 मीटर ही खुलता है वो. उसी को लेके पूरा आर्च बाय आर्च, स्टोन बाय स्टोन हमने डॉक्यूमेंट किया. लेजर भी नहीं यूज किया, लेकिन लेजर यूज कर सकते थे. अगर लेजर यूज करते तो क्रैक्स रिकॉर्ड तो हो जाते, दिखते नहीं. अब क्रैक्स दिखते हैं, मेरी आंखों में वो सारे हैं कहाँ. तो उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव ही वही था. और उसमें बायस ये हुआ कि बेस डॉक्यूमेंट आ गया. नाउ यू कैन कीप एडिंग लेयर्स over a period of time. Your objective may change, but start with a bias that as a conservation architect I want to do a measured drawing. क्योंकि measured drawings ही नहीं है बहुत सारे structures. When you add condition assessment, then you add vegetation growth, then you may add something else. तो उसमें क्या होता है कि everybody has enough work. Otherwise, Naveen Piplani would have done everything, project finished, chalo khatam. Now they can do Shahjahan Watch, he can do something else, you can do something else. Everybody gets a chance to learn also. Because monument and resource तो वही रहने वाला है. पर उसके अंदर इतना knowledge छुपा हुआ है कि you can spend years and ages and generations, कभी कुछ नहीं कर आएगा.
I think, sir, you just put forward 2 lines, as you said. Like I belong to Assam, and even my hometown, Guwahati city. So the old city, they had such beautiful Assam-type houses, which was a mixture of the colonial style and also the local style. Many of our then again, due to many urban pressures, government issues and all, so all buildings are now, all these traditional Assam-type houses are now falling down. Again, no proper documentation, no listing and all. But these structures are not only just, they do not give an aesthetic appearance, but it talks more about like how they were adapted based on the regional aspect, cultural aspect, especially geographical aspect at all. So all these factors, I think we get to learn from the tangible structure or the documenting all those tangible structures and monuments, we need to also document these things, like how do these structures actually, they are responsive towards the climate, towards the regional context, towards the cultural context. So just, I wanted to share this.
Just a minute. Documentation is going on and done by our Northeast Zone
Okay.
with our institutional member, Royal Global University. Last year we had done 3 or 4 samples and it is good.
Oh, that's good.
So I think I will take it off from there. Thank you for this opportunity. That documentation, listing, that is an essential part because even as we speak, so much is being destroyed. So to bring it back to excellent presentations once again, I think we are adding layer by layer to where we are headed towards. What we will end up with, the strategy that you just mentioned, we are still looking for that. But to come back to your point, you're absolutely right that do we start with a you have to start with something now. You can start by saying, I'm only going to look at how many shops selling pan they are to talk about certain habits, but link it to something else. So each bit adds. If you don't have a hypothesis, you will lose something in the methodology maybe, but it is still valid data. But it becomes more valid if it can be repeated, it can be looked at, that kind of rigor comes into it. But even without that rigor, just the sheer documentation is essential. The paper on Achalpur, now you didn't have a picture of Raja Man Singh's cenotaph, but my book is going to be out soon, I hope. And we could not get a good picture. Of course, we couldn't put in too many pictures in a book, but we could not get a good picture. But when you see the book, you'll realize, somewhere in the life of, not in the life of a human, in the life of a nation, these markers have come up. It's not just a cenotaph. It's not just a gate. All of these are part of what we are. We lose some. We talk about it. Somewhere, even the Delhi, the whole story about the 7 cities, now whether they are 7 or 17 or 70,000, or villages, whether the Lal Doras get linked up and the Shahjahanabad part doesn't. These are aspects of our history. So then we come to voices. This is the document. The documentation is essential. We then come to the voices. And then you also realize that it is absolutely essential. Community engagement is essential. But the voices also will vary. What was that film, Rashomon, the Japanese film, where the same incident is talked about by different people, and how you and I sitting in the same room would have maybe focused on something more. I noticed Molly's point straight away was apologizing because people could not complete to say what they were saying. Somebody else's reaction would be something else. But these are also essential. So the voices, the plural voices, is something to recognize, which brings me back to your point that actually, yes, the hypothesis is essential because you can at the end of it say, I made a mistake. Or you don't say that, you do it in much more elegant bhasha. But the point is, we cannot have one template. And I think, Surya, that is something you often talk about, that if you have one template, then you're putting us all in boxes. So, but that academic rigor is necessary. At the end of it, I have no idea where we are going with it, but I think we are all on the same page that the more information we have, the better it is to look after that material, that information, carry on from there, and find what we hope is going to be at the end of the 3 days, guidelines, best practices, and additions to policy or making of a new policy on where we want to go next. So thank you all for this opportunity. I think I've said more than enough.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, or otherwise we will.
So I just wanted to add, so there are these two approaches. One, you start with a hypothesis. We do your sample survey and you expand your survey, or probably you add on more layers. Like in Ahmedabad's case, what we had is we had this old city area. So this is the first generation. We are now in, I think, fourth generation heritage talks of Ahmedabad. First generation started with kind of creating a database of about 77,000 properties. These are the numbers of the old city, 5 square kilometers. So out of the 70,000 square meters, they found about 30,000 to be of heritage or historical interest. Out of that, 12,000 buildings graded. Out of that, 2,692 listed. So you probably start with the bigger data set and start zooming in, zooming down of what can be protected. Rest of them can be documented, can be referred to whenever required. Cities are under transformation. Nothing, I mean, we cannot say freeze everything. But this is also a good approach. Because when we started, everything, a bird feeder, if it is a cement bird feeder, if it is a water tank right outside your house, if it's a city gate, if it's just a jhapli, a mohalla mata ka shrine, everything is documented, and then you say these are the things that needs to be listed because these are important ones. Then you say these are the things that needs to be protected, so let's put it in the notification. So I mean that was another approach, just to give you an example. It's not necessary to go with the hypothesis. So in 2010 we started talking about what is World Heritage for us, if we want to pose as World Heritage. Some of them say it's only Gandhiji, Gandhi Ashram, Sabarmati Ashram, that is World Heritage. Then others say it's not that, it's the 15th century architecture that is World Heritage. The others said we had this artisans villages, Chara village and others. Those are heritage. So we conclusively, at the end of that seminar, we said that we want to have some place where we have got all the layers, may not be specific site, but we as a living city want to become a World Heritage. And that's how it started.
Thank you, sir. I think we will then wind up the session. We have a photography.
Don't have two sides of the
Thank you all the panel members and presenters for their discussion. We will now head towards the lunch break. We request everyone to kindly return and be seated by 2 p.m. 2:30 p.m. after which we will resume our next session. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Yeah, 2:30.
heritage sites can be safeguarded in the face of natural and human-induced challenges, and how evolving policies can better respond to both recognized and overlooked heritage narratives. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Nisar Khan. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel comprising of Mr. Ashish Trambadia, Mr. Dilip Chankakoti, Dr. Shikha Jain, and Dr. Farhan Fazli. Their collective expertise will greatly enrich our understanding of the complex intersections between heritage conservation, disaster resilience, and policy frameworks. Let us now begin with our paper presentations. Each speaker will have 12 minutes for the talk. To begin, I would like to invite Ms. Abhilasha Sharma to present her paper titled Conservation of Heritage Under Conflict, the Importance of Tourism, Representation and Necessity of Community Engagement.
Good afternoon everyone, I'm Abhilasha Sharma and I'll be taking up this topic of conservation of heritage under conflict. Basically, we'll be focusing on the ongoing socio-political unrest in Kashmir with a focus on Srinagar but as well as the other vernacular parts of the state. The challenges faced by the built heritage at the neighborhood level and how they impact the community well-being and future development. We will also discuss the implications of abrogation of Article 370. And along with that, we'll also try to understand the cultural roots and vulnerability of lesser-known tourist destinations. The case study of Murad Khani in Afghanistan will help us to understand this further, and also the concepts of postmodern conflict, dark heritage, capacity building, and role of community involvement in post-conflict recovery. The historical roots of Kashmir trace back to the mid-3rd century BC, when the city of Srinagar was established between Dal Lake and Jhelum. It's significant cultural and it has always been a significant cultural and religious center. Prior to the introduction of Islam, Buddhism and Hinduism were predominant faiths. Kashmir's historical trajectory has been shaped by successive phases of rule, including Sikh, Hindu, Dogra and British colonial administrations in the 18th and 19th century, each leaving a distinct impact in its architectural fabric. Since India's independence in 1947, it has been deeply affected by political conflict, territorial disputes and insurgency. The built environment in Srinagar and the urban elements mainly comprise of ghats, wooden bridges, houseboats known as shikaras. The downtown area, which is the primary center of all the activity, consists of mosques, hammams, markets, temples, but also the neighborhoods and the mohallas. They characterize of timber-framed houses, sloped roofs, especially showcasing the techniques of dhaji diwali and dak. They are seismic resilient and as well as they show vernacular architectural traditions of the place. Further, when in 1990s there was a huge demographic change when the Kashmiri Pandits moved out of these mohallas, and till date the houses remain abandoned and they are like a constant reminder of their dark past. Known as the paradise on earth, Kashmir also comprises of immaculate natural beauty and breathtaking alpine meadows, skiing slopes, forests, great hospitable villages which are often seen in places like Gulmarg, Anant Valley, Sonmarg, Gurez Valley, and Kerala. Mostly the tourism is also centered around these things around these places as an experiential thing by many tourists. The literature review basically focused on 4 questions that we'll take up one by one. Firstly, what makes heritage a vulnerable target of an armed conflict, and how does that affect heritage and well-being of the community? In absolute terms, conflict is more than just warfare across borders nowadays. There are very complex postmodern conflict definitions, so to say. Cultural heritage is deeply embedded in everyday life through rituals, practices, traditions, serving what Stanley Price describes as the living tissue of familiarity. Because of this deep-rooted connection, cultural assets become especially vulnerable in times of conflict. They are used to demoralize population and sever symbolic ties that bind communities to their identity and heritage. It leaves an enduring psychological and cultural damage that persists until adequate restorative measures are taken. Encompassing the manipulation of cultural assets is also a form of strategic violence. The intentional destruction is often used to undermine the identity and diminish their place in a collective manner. What is the relevance of natural heritage and ecotourism? Ecotourism may serve as a tool for peace building, but that is a more long-term thought in terms of Kashmir. Because it is said that through shared management of natural resources, ecotourism initiatives can foster grassroots cooperation and rebuild trust amongst former advisories. Martha Honey outlined the 7 guiding principles for the same, including minimizing impact, building environmental awareness, benefiting conservation financially, empowering local people, respecting local culture, and supporting human rights. The application of Article 370 was a monumental turning point in Kashmir's political and constitutional status. The values of heritage in Kashmir have been distorted by sovereignty and development agendas. It is argued that post-conflict restoration must recognize heritage not only as a physical asset but also as a medium of reconciliation through memory work. When this article was abrogated, it was argued that early commentators said that it would undermine security and exacerbate unrest, triggering immediate declines in tourist arrivals. However, in the long term of it, it is seen that economic growth, stability, improved tourism infrastructure, and despite its controversial implementation, is what we are yet to see further. There are several interlinked factors which help in regeneration after an armed conflict. First, enhanced security operations and counter-terrorism successes have reduced militants' capacity to disrupt tourism. Secondly, the central government's Naya Kashmir vision channeled unprecedented funds into road networks, hospitality, infrastructure, and digital
pre-colonial heritage, but post-independence, when you look at Mumbai's framework, they have multiplicity of stakeholders, and most of 70% of heritage is unprotected. And in addition to that, they have decentralized homeowner responsibility, which complicates the overall conservation. Singapore has a centralized system where there is a government body called Urban Redevelopment Authority that enforces area-based conservation with incentives and focuses only on architectural preservation, often leading to facadism, neglect of social cultural layers. And then theme 5 would be heritage narratives and post-colonial interpretation. Both the improvement trusts the urbanism are ingrained in social stratification, later influenced by post-colonial nation building. In Tiong Bahru, Singapore moves toward disciplined modernity is evident, but in Bombay, they face resistance due to displacement but maintain the long-lasting urban green. And there's an ambivalence in the discourse as Singapore's centralized system emphasizes homogeneous identity and history. So when you look at the conservation in Singapore of different areas, they all look the same. And Mumbai Charles evoke nostalgia and disdain, showing cultural resilience amid physical decay. So based on these findings, we can look into the insights in results and discussion. So for imperial urbanism and spatial hierarchy, there is a need for trans-colonial lens to study the imperial urbanism, as it allows us to see these patterns as a part of broader imperial strategy rather than isolated example. If you look at the diagram, this is like a land use planning or a spatial hierarchy planning that was undertaken by the imperial government on the whole across all of the colonies. And for social engineering and stratification, racial and social hierarchies embedding segregation into land use, street layouts and public spaces were enforced. This approach, initially justified by health and security concerns, became accepted and foundational element in the planning framework. And post-colonial reinterpretation and urban identity. The urban identity in Singapore and Bombay is shaped by tension between cultural continuity and architectural preservation and modernization. And on reflections on trans-colonial conservation policy, the outcomes of conservation are contrastingly different, as Mumbai has a decentralized system that enables social continuity, but Singapore has a centralized system that allows for architectural preservation but strips them of the cultural layers. And finally the heritage narratives and post-colonial interpretation. So this leads to a divergent narrative. Tiong Bahru is celebrated as a model heritage project, a bridge between the colonial past and modern identity. In contrast, the Mumbai Charles evoke both nostalgia and critique, representing resilience amidst neglect. Together, these examples show how colonial framework are not just historical, they actively shape how heritage is interpreted and managed today.
The research question explored how the VIP and SLT shape colonial spatial hierarchies and how these structures have been reinterpreted to influence post-colonial urban. So the recommendations we came up are adopt integrated conservation approaches that balance the protection of architectural heritage with social and cultural values, strengthen the community involvement, particularly in Singapore, to support shared stewardship, enhance local engagement. Update legal and policy framework in both cities to provide clearer statutory protection and more effective financial support for heritage maintenance. Encourage cross-regional learning through centralized oversight to inform better coordination and implementation while avoiding overly rigid top-down approaches. Implemented layer conservation strategies where physical interventions are introduced gradually over time. So this gives way to the future research that lies in exploring community-led conservation models and investigate resource allocation challenges in fragmented urban heritage contexts like Mumbai and Singapore. These are the references we looked up. Thank you for this opportunity, MAATI, and the mentors.
Well, with this, we are here for the last presentation of this session. For the last presentation, which will be presented by Ms. Trisha Sarkar,
Unfortunately, for some reason, she is not present physically here with us, but we do have her virtual presentation. The topic of her presentation is Resonant Cultures, Dissonant Narratives, Rediscovering Value Among Remnants of British Colonial Architecture in the City of Kolkata.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to present my research on colonial heritage in the Indian context. My paper is titled Resonant Cultures, Dissonant Narratives, Rediscovering Value Among Remnants of British Colonial Architecture in the City of Kolkata. Heritage reminiscent of colonial past has been framed as a bilateral affair with imperial legacies that advocate for the shared custodianship of colonial material culture. Colonial heritage in this regard has been exemplary of mutual repositories crafted and preserved through international cooperation and support. Within this context, dissonant heritage can be understood as a typified category representative of conflicted territories, of consequences of war, cultural and political upheavals which have over the course of time memorialized its effects and circumstantial histories within remnants of material culture in post-colonial contexts. The commemoration of collective histories through materiality and the manifestation of stylistic influences is indicative of the underlying meaning and intent implicit in these remains. In addition, these remnants of built heritage narrate a distinct version of cultural history that emphasizes cross-cultural exchange and collaborative efforts in building practices within national and transnational contexts. The modern conservation movement in Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries witnessed the emergence of heritage practices that developed through concern instilled for the preservation of the natural and cultural environments formed in Western Europe, Britain, and North America, as well as in some of their colonies. In this capacity as a global mediator and agent between Europe and the world market, the United Kingdom in particular was instrumental in the globalization of the European economy, demonstrating England's economic power on a global platform. In the 20th century, initiatives to restructure cultural legacies in Britain were promoted through the museum representing the institutional sector of heritage in the interest of framing a wide range of cultural narratives from the empire's colonial past. This implied the notion of a shared legacy, which has generated passionate disagreement due to its dissonance, and alternatively provided the cause of inscribing an inclusive history. St. Paul's Cathedral in Kolkata is exemplary of this process of cultural exchange and exists as a significant and monumental Indo-Gothic church building that embodies an eclecticism, drawing on the existing formal and stylistic template of English cathedrals, including the Norwich and Canterbury cathedrals in Norfolk and Kent. The paper seeks to examine the building based on UNESCO's criteria for selection, aiming to contribute towards the global regeneration of cultural associations, which have perished and yet persisted in relation to colonial material culture and heritage in India today. The globalization of heritage has sought to identify, articulate, and respond to developing narratives that have framed the discussion around interpretation, use, and association between a colonial heritage and a post-colonial public. Anthony Giddens defined globalization as a phenomenon that has intensified social relations worldwide, linking distinct localities to create a platform that enables cross-cultural influence and exchange. In his opinion, globalization is considered a discourse of knowledge that elevates awareness of the links between various scales of life. On a similar note, Sophia Labadi and Colin Long define process as an expansion of horizons that encourages flexibility within political, geographical, and economic spheres to introduce new influence and opportunities. The diversification of cultural practices with a global perspective has sought to increase inclusivity and cultural representation as a means of offering a credible alternative to the conception of a world heritage. Joe Littler and Hiroshi Naidu discuss the implications of this legacy and interwoven histories towards the acknowledgement of British cultural roots and remnants in colonial contexts. The idea of a transnational and cross-cultural conception of heritage has entailed a reassessment with reference to the role of imperial power and colonies. As a consequence, several conclusions can be drawn from the offshoots of colonial rule. Firstly, the growth of the British Empire had been instrumental in a reactionary revival of the ethnic and cultural consciousness with regard to the settler and settled states. Secondly, British heritage is evident in the remnants of cultural property both at home and overseas. Therefore, a transnational cultural identity becomes implicit through colonial history, urban transformation, and trade, existing as variants ranging from colonial heritage, counter heritage, and dissonant heritage to debates that reference the distinctions between the global and the universal. Each of these terms present heritage as a socio-political process and a product of colonization, exclusion from cultural inventories, and consequences of conflicted territories, which bring up questions related to the custodianship and representation of indigenous identities or universal models. The research employs the UNESCO criteria for selection to facilitate a critical assessment of the case study. The process seeks to identify characteristics that contribute towards the cathedral's cultural significance or a holistic representation of ascribed values which in the future could aid its inclusion within the World Heritage Register. The criteria for selection is representative of an ontological means of analysis that seeks to unearth layered relationships, characteristics, skeletal frameworks, and operational mechanisms with reference to assets of built heritage. The process can be directed towards ascertaining significance in relation to the following criteria. Criteria 2. An important interchange of human values over a span of time or within a cultural area of the world on development in architecture or technology, monumental arts, town planning or landscape design. Criteria 3. A unique or at least exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or to a civilization which is living or which has disappeared. Criteria 4. An outstanding example of type of building, architecture or technological ensemble or landscape which illustrates significant stages in human history. Cultural context defined and characterized through an integration and coexistence of art, architecture and identity have remained influenced through colonial interventions, aesthetics and logistics that govern architectural production in the nation since the 18th and 20th centuries. During this period, traditional Indian architectural forms adopted classical and neoclassical envelopes, elements, and ornamentation to create environments native and familiar to the administrative societal strata, which at the time orchestrated architectural production and city planning in colonial territories. Building practices during this period were characterized through approaches that mirrored and replicated designs in native English cities and landscapes, of which St. Paul's Cathedral exists as an example. The cathedral building is distinct through its Gothic revivalist template, derived from the medieval style with pointed arches, dormers, steeply pitched roofs, front-facing gables, castle-like towers, parapets, tracery windows, and high spires. The material palette comprises of brick, ashlar, and lime mortar construction, in addition to a central tower and stained glass windows, constituting elements and characteristics resonant with precedents in the English landscape. The cathedral drew inspiration from the Norwich Cathedral in Norfolk, a formal and stylistic influence that was evident in the articulation of the central tower and the spire of the church. The spire had served as a defining feature of the building and surrounding landscape, offering visual guidance to sailors navigating the Hooghly River in Bengal. The central tower was created as a strong and substantial base for the spire, facilitating a gradual transformation in volumetric proportions within the building, from base to roof, and finally the conical form at the apex, achieved through a staggering of mass and volume with an ascension in height. In 1897 and 1934, the cathedral suffered extensive damage from earthquakes, which resulted in the destruction of the spire atop the central tower. The prominent spire and crowning glory of the cathedral building required appropriate replacement following its destruction, and the Bell Harry Tower of the Canterbury Cathedral served as a reference for the construction of the tower in the mid-20th century. Towards the 1820s, public architecture in Britain initiated the conscious use of Gothic elements and ornaments. The style evolved with time from a simple yet picturesque expression to more intricate forms with the adaptation of medieval elements and ornaments derived based on natural elements and features. In the 19th century, the Gothic style merged with that of the Victorian era and was referred to as the Victorian Gothic. The St. Paul's Cathedral in Kolkata, realized in the Gothic revivalist template, represents the advent of the Victorian Gothic with influences from both Norwich and Canterbury cathedrals. St. Paul's was built as an intentional monument under the stewardship of Bishop Daniel Wilson by William Wren and C.K. Robinson to introduce and establish a center of Christian faith in the colonial city of Kolkata under British governors. In accordance with Alois Rieger's theoretical framework, the cathedral is representative of a monument in its oldest and most original sense, a human creation, erected for a specific purpose of keeping single human deeds or events alive in the minds of future generations. The cathedral, built in the Indo-Gothic style, draws on the Gothic revivalist template and precedents existing within the English landscape, which assert Romanesque and medieval Gothic origin, evidenced by the Norwich Cathedral, that has informed the course of design in addition to the Canterbury Cathedral, a World Heritage Site, based on which the destroyed spire of the St. Paul Cathedral was created. In addition, the material palette used for St. Paul's has roots in the context of the Norwich Cathedral close, and the building methods and practices with reference to the domestic building and subterranean sections, including cellars. These have collectively attested to embedded relative art values that have characterized the relationship between the St. Paul's Cathedral and its precedents. The cathedral addresses criterion 3, evidenced by means of the similarities in the stylistic templates and elements between its design and that of the Norwich and Canterbury cathedrals, indicative therefore of the traditional and building practices of a civilization which is no longer living, but commemorated by means of their cultural inventory and embedded historic values. The resultant Indo-Gothic template and the use of materials such as ashlar stone, brick, lime mortar, and the incorporation of elements including the central tower, spire, turrets, and stained glass windows from precedents have sought to establish ties between transnational and cultural contexts. With reference to criterion 4, the Cathedral of St. Paul's evidences the stylistic and material exchange and reciprocity across the British and Indian context between the 18th and 20th centuries, with origins in the 11th and 12th centuries encompassing the Romanesque, medieval, Gothic, Victorian, and Indo-Gothic traditions of building. The discourse on the universality of heritage is a question regarding the ownership of heritage, the most central issue in heritage management. Who has the right to make decisions about heritage and how to manage it, based on whose ideals and norms? Should it be the owners of the land, the dispossessed with traditional claims, the local community, the nation or state, or even the world? 21st century globalization has transformed into post-colonial and post-nationalist conceptions constructed through a relativist rendering of its past. With roots in First Nation building practices and the coalescence of native and colonial built environments in an attempt to foster familiarity, a global approach to heritage emerged with an aim to nurture a sense of place in contexts previously unfamiliar to the settler. The resultant built environment formed represents an amalgamation of cultural features, social histories, and expert knowledge. These forms of built heritage constitute the cultural repertoire of colonial precincts created through collaborative efforts that have sought to combine narratives from both ends of the spectrum, blurring boundaries, contesting established identities, and creating cosmopolitan memory. Drawing on these developments, a global perception of heritage can be crafted based on specific lessons from periods of colonial influence that produce evidence of architectural brilliance, craftsmanship, and refined skill to foster an environment of cross-cultural exchange, aid, and administration. Such a transnational approach towards the stewardship of heritage could be built on the premise that environments of collective memory and restructured historical narratives merit recognition, conservation, and care through collaborative efforts of local, regional, and international organizations in order to define a prospective role for colonial heritage in a post-colonial time. Thank you.
Thank you to all our paper presenters
for your well-researched and engaging contributions. We'll now move into 15 minutes of panel discussion where our esteemed panelists will respond to the themes presented, offer insights, and engage in a dialogue on the way forward. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel comprising of Mr. Ashish Trambadia, Mr. Dilip Chankakoti, Dr. Shikha Jain, and Dr. Farhan Fazli. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Nisar Khan.
Very good afternoon. I'm sure you are not very sleepy. It's always very difficult in the post-lunch session to pay attention, but the papers that were presented were really very informative and very engaging. In this session, we had quite a good, interesting diversity that we had. So we spoke about Srinagar by Abhilasha Sharma. Then we went to Orcha, Aditi Agnihotri, and then we moved to Mumbai and Singapore by Sharmila Ashokan and Vidhanya Ravishan. And then finally, we spoke about Kolkata. So we covered quite a bit of geography, and the topics are also equally diverse in nature. I'm very sure is going to make this panel discussion very interesting. So I'll try to throw a thought or a question to begin with, and I'll request Dr. Shikha, as we believe in ladies first, and in conservation nobody can dispute that, I'm very sure. So I will request you, Dr. Shikhajan, to, and we'll start with the presentation of Srinagar, as it addresses a very interesting and a very thought-provoking for the conflict resolution. So I'm sure there are many examples that can be quoted here, but it's a very interesting thought that was brought out here. So may I request you to please respond to that?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Of course, you asked me to comment on this, but I actually want to comment on others also whenever you will allow me to do that. I think it was a very interesting presentation. What came up as picking Kashmir as an intangible aspect that can go, beyond the communal conflicts that may be there is an excellent idea. And this is something that is anyway being explored at the international level in several global forums. I will give you an example of how World Heritage, which is an NGO that is actually working on this piece today, Waseda University. Okay, I hope I was heard anyway, so I don't need to repeat myself. But yeah, at an international level, there are several, aspects being explored, and especially South Korea, between South Korea and Japan. In fact, I attended a conference in that. So they are really looking at how cultural intangible aspects can actually be used to resolve conflicting situations. So I think that's a very good point that was picked on, but it would be good to further explore, because you defined, say, Kashmirian can be used, you gave an example, but I wish there was, another step forward on really identifying how, if there were some consultations with the stakeholders and asking various communities on what they feel is Kashmirian, how do they define that? And how can it be taken forward? So it will be good to take it further, your research, and actually see how it can apply in certain specific areas or in cases.
Thank you. May I now request Ashish Bhai, as we only call him, to maybe address the second aspect of this particular presentation on Srinagar. Is it possible to have a system which makes our heritage immune to conflict, especially when we are seeing so many conflicts in the world right now? And as it happens in most of the cases, that heritage is the first thing to get targeted. And when I say heritage, I don't mean only the protected or listed one, but also the unprotected and the one which is not listed.
So I think from the side of Ahmedabad, I always see it from the other angle. So in our city, heritage is probably the tool to neutralize the differences that are created. I'll quote an incident that was 1st of July 1946. We had riots in the city, and it happens. I mean, we always fight. So there are teams, whether they are the cricket teams, whether they are the kite flying teams, or whatever. There are fights. So there was a big riot, and there were 2 policemen who died, kind of controlling the rioters. One was Vasant Rao Hegiste. The other one was Rajab Ali Lakhani. Today, Ahmedabad has a museum dedicated to Vasant Rajab. There are police stations named after Vasant Rajab. This riot was happened during the Rath Yatra. And similarly, there were riots during the Taziyas. Look at today's tradition. The Rath Yatra starts from the temple. The first community to offer the prasad is Muslim community in Jamalpur. So the city has this, its own. So basically it becomes a powerful tool when you educate the community. So the story of Vasant Rajab was so much in their minds now that they are now immune. So no matter what people think about Ahmedabad and its conflicts, there is a kind of resilience. And this is not just incidental. We do that, the same Tazia procession every year. The priest from a temple also gives them kind of greetings when the procession continues. So we have this bilateral kind of respect that happens. But that's not the only thing. Now there are so many incidents which brings out the resilient character of the city. So it's not only about community versus community. The authority thinks of something, the people will want something else. Like our Manik Buraj, when it was being broken to widen our bridge, which was connecting the eastern side to the western side on the river. The Buraj was to be broken down because there is no way you can expand the bridge unless you break down some certain part of the fort. Well, people said, no, we don't want that. We are ready to sacrifice our footpath, width, or whatever you want. We want this memorial. And from that day onwards, we started celebrating our World Heritage, or the city's foundation day, that is 26th of February every year. So resilience, I think it comes when you educate the people. And I think from the first session today, we have emphasized on making the knowledge available for everybody. Whether it is local, intangible, or it was imposed, or it was a response to a particular event, or it was certain time period which gave that particular piece of heritage. Maybe a bad memory which is heritage should be taken forward to make something constructive. I think that's what the city has to offer, and that's what I think we also need to work towards. And heritage should be a very, very nice tool to do this, because it has got those palimpsests, those layers of history, which can help us come beyond, over and above all these different ideas, and collectively see that as the memory of the city, which is heritage and knowledge.
Have you heard about the also Sikh, Isai, etc. All about came and that is the great possession and great, that is honor to him. About it is the number four, that is for his community come and honor him in the world. It is recorded by it is the fourth. First one is in 27. The third one is Michael Jackson. Fourth is Jubilee. That is the power of the intangible culture.
So, thank you so much. I'll continue with Dilip sir with you only. And because you come from Assam,
yes.
And the next topic we are trying to address is something that has puzzled at least most of conservation architects.
Second paper.
That's the word cultural landscape.
Yes. There is a good thing. So you will explain about the mandir. And in the mandir, that is temple. You have explained the community engaged with the mandir. This type of in Assam also in one period. In a temple, there are some priest community, one dancers community, one singers community, one that is Malaka, that is who has garden the idol, then Kumar community, Kamar community. These communities are not only Hindu, it also the Muslims. Then it is the one thing. Another thing, there is a dance called Devonoti dance. We call in Assamese not Mondi, Devaghar, the house of a deity. And the dancers we have not called the Devadasi, we call Devonoti. Devonoti, that is Apsara, and who is performed in the front of the king of the greatest Indra's Rajsabha. Then we call it there is a dance, and in the period of the British, they have banned the dance. Now only 10 minutes per little portion is now exists, and it is under that position. I am involved in this community to revive it and to popularity and to promote it. How you suggest me to popular it from your angle of study? For the result of the, how can I can be popular and promote the materials to the mass people? Can you give any suggestion?
Actually the manual itself.
Please take it.
So that is an interesting question. How if it's applicable to other places as well? That's your point, right? Yeah, it is actually. If you study the place through spatial lens, spiritual lens, visual lens, and temporal lens, these are all different parts of urban area itself. So the stories that you are seeing, it can be if we involve all local communities and the study is put across these four lenses, you come across that I've proposed the manual adaptability, whether the tradition itself has a potential of adaptability. So that is through spatial concept, whether it can be adaptively reused into something else. For example, in Urcha, there were many abandoned mahals clustered in between the historic communities, and those communities used to go outside. Where you have a resource in the middle, you can use it and adaptively reuse as a workshop, or come together and work on it, or maybe promote it through a historic market or something like that. So when you study, maybe I have to study the entire place first, and then this manual of course will be applicable to any city or town.
Okay, there's another question.
with the permission of the moderator,
please go.
I must say that with all the presentations, either it can be a tangible heritage or intangible heritage. The one thing which is very common is the social conservation. Because without doing the social conservation and without involving the community, we cannot do the capacity building and we cannot do the conservation of heritage. So this is the most important aspect, that social conservation is must before doing the conservation. Otherwise we can treat a building, we can do the conservation of a landscape, cultural landscape, but unfortunate part is that if you don't do the social conservation, then again it comes back to the original position. So we have to
By social conservation, you mean the community?
The communities.
In fact, we don't even use the term conservation there because it's more like safeguarding or continuing, because conservation has a sort of fixed quality. Yeah, so we just say social, or even for intangible, we don't use the term conservation. We say safeguarding the values or social economic values.
Please go ahead with your comment on cultural landscape.
Okay, only on that, right?
No,
I just want to know if this is my last chance, then I'll finish it.
We would love to go ahead with it, but I've been prompted that we have time.
Okay, so I'll just, on the cultural landscape, especially because I'm specializing in this particular area, being part of the ICOMOS International Scientific Committee, and defining Indian cultural landscape is a long process going amongst Indian experts, everyone knows. So I think you did not refer to Nalini Thakur's definition, you mentioned that. Okay. You did mention cycling, but I didn't see it happening. Or in the Orcha thing, I thought a lot of other people like Priyalin and Amita also has, So I just felt that, if you did all that, then focusing on Genius Loci or Norbert Schulz maybe is not relevant, because there is a lot already there about Indian cultural landscape, and Orcha is such again a place that I'm working in along with Dr. Rima Huja and Poonam out here. So there are a lot of discussions I can have beyond that, where I think the Orcha template probably requires some reworking, looking at the cultural landscape aspect. So just, take care of that specifically. Yes. And I'll take 1 minute, because there's one term that is disturbing me since morning, and it was there in Sharmila's presentation also. We are repeatedly using this term vernacular, and I find it, appearing everywhere. And since, all of us would be drafting, I won't be there, but there is a draft going to be prepared, I think you just need to rethink whether we need to use the term or not. And I see it being used in places where you have a cultural identity or a local identity to that particular architecture. So I would just, request you to be very careful of when you're using this term vernacular. I think the other two papers were really excellent, and especially the Bombay one. Very good comparison and very valuable.
So I think I'll just have the last prompt, and we'll try to, we'll have to try to merge Kolkata with Mumbai and Singapore. And one of the queries that I have is that normally colonial is a term, which is a debated term, which is seen as a subjugatory term. And when it comes to places, especially like Mumbai and Kolkata, what we see is the built heritage is largely what colonial is. And in that scenario, how do we approach? Like, can we see, as a heritage professionals, can we see it in a very neutral manner? How do we go ahead? And so maybe we'll start with Farhan to respond, because his university has a lot of heritage into Saracenic as we.
It can be treated as colonial, because those aspects of specific aspects of colonial architecture which were there in Kolkata as well as in Bombay, specific elements of those colonial architecture are there in those triangles. So we can use this term.
Any other panelists want to respond?
I think colonial is, very much an accepted term. That's why now we are getting into decolonization and, using it repeatedly. So I don't think it's a term we can let go. But yeah, definitely in architectural styles, we don't need to use it.
And how about the narrative that is there a way to bring a narrative which is like less subjugatory in nature, or do we not even bring that narrative?
Definitely, I think the narratives is something that we can, should not be subjugatory at all. So that again, if we talk to people and get their views, we can evolve a better narrative.
So I think considering the time constraints that we have, Ashish, do you want to say something?
Fair enough. I think for me, even the European rule or British rule time, if we take the best part out of it, I think we have certain things to carry forward, and certain, as I said, bad memories not really have to be omitted from our knowledge, but to be taken forward so that we don't repeat our mistakes again and again.
Right. So thank you very much, and this was a fabulous session, and so we'll continue with the next one. Thank you.
We'll take a photo.
Please come. Yeah, I think this is but
Well, thank you all the speakers, moderators, and the panelists for the valuable session. It is our pleasure to invite Dr. Shikha Chen on stage. Zarna Shah, founder of MAATI, will felicitate her. So with this momentum, we'll move on to our fourth session of the day, which focuses on two significant and timely themes. First one is recognized and unrecognized heritage, the need for inclusive conservation. And second one is heritage conservation, challenges and opportunities in the 21st century and beyond. In this session, we will examine the disparities in heritage recognition, discuss frameworks for inclusivity, and explore how modern-day forces such as urbanization, globalization, and climate change are redefining the scope and methodologies of heritage preservation. Our speakers will present case studies and theoretical perspectives that touch upon materiality, memory, identity, and the critical need to listen to marginalized voices within heritage discourse. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Poonam Trambadia. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel with us today. Professor G.S.V. Suryanarayan Murthy, Dr. Nisar Khan, Dr. Ajay Khare, Dr. Venugopal, and Ms. Kamalika Bose.
Their wide-ranging expertise will help us navigate the complexities of inclusivity, technology, and socio-cultural relevance in heritage conservation. Let us begin with the paper presentations. Each speaker will have 12 minutes to present their work. To start with, I'll invite Sri Ram RM, guided by Ms. Nigar Sheikh and Ms. Swati Manohar, to present the paper titled Assessment of the Material Fabric Through Non-Invasive Tools, Characterization Process and Formulating Compatible Repair Material, a case of Kalidas Jethabai House, Dharmaj, Gujarat.
Myself Sri Ram, I'm a conservation architect, graduate from CEPT University, Ahmedabad. I'm based in Tamil Nadu. This is more of a technical paper and which is part of my master's thesis at CEPT University. So, yeah, assessment of material fabric through non-invasive tools, characterization process, formulated compatible repair material, a case of Kalidas Jethabai House, Dharmaj. Dharmaj is a small village, which is more of a small settlement around a small water body, which is 90 kilometers from Ahmedabad. The historic core of Dharmaj comprises of architectural typologies starting from postmodern Art Deco buildings to traditional timber-based construction. The aim of this research is basically understanding the composite construction system and the materials involved in it and formulating compatible repair material for the purpose of conservation. Objectives are developing a methodology for an evidence-based conservation approach to study the composite system and the materials involved, assessing the timber elements involved in it, and understanding the chemical, physical and mechanical properties of the masonry itself, and getting into the process of re-engineering. So the methods start from understanding the background of the context itself, understanding history of the place, and documentation with the various documentation tools and methodologies, understanding the condition of the building, doing value assessment, and all these were done as a part of Masters in Conservation program at CEPT University. So my paper starts from the framework for testing itself by identifying different testing tools that can be done for this particular site, and doing it in laboratories, and also doing the field work of collecting the samples, doing on-site NDT testing, and concluding that with the re-engineering for the purpose of formulating compatible repair material. The Kalidas Jethabai House, which is believed to be built in the early 19th century, and it's a house of an area of 350 square meters, and it's a composite system which you can see in the drawing, which is of brick masonry with mud mortar, lime mortar construction with a combination of timber lacing and post and beam system. So this building was in a very dilapidated condition due to its environmental factors, as well as it was because of the lack of maintenance as well, starting from the bulging in the masonry, deflection in the wall itself, and the timber elements which are all decayed, and there is flaking of plaster, and there is a lot of movement happening in the building, which you can see in the drawing as well. So field testing started with this flat jack testing, where which is basically used in order to understand the compressive strength of the existing masonry, which was done by Cortex Solutions. And in that we got to know the masonries with a very lesser strength, which cannot take further load above it. And field testing also we have done it on timber as well. That is tap testing, which was done by the carpenter team with the guidance of ME Engineering and CHC and Cortex Solution in order to segregate all these different type of deterioration in order to propose conservation strategies very specific to the root cause of the deterioration itself. Timber repair strategies have been formulated, that is prosthetic timber repair, which is focused on the root cause, which is very focused on the decay itself and then doing a very minimal intervention wherever the decay has been identified, we removed it and replaced it with wood, and wherever strengthening is required, steel has been used. So characterization process. So characterization is classified into physical, chemical and mineralogical. Physical tells the results of the strength and hardness of the material, and chemical talks about the binder aggregate ratio that is historically used, and mineralogy basically you will get an understanding of the elemental elements that are used in the historic samples. So around 50 to 60 samples have been collected from this building, ranging from bricks, lime mortar, mud mortar, lime plaster, mud plaster, and which in that 4 of that are subjected to testing, and all these samples are properly documented and then which is stored in the set conservation laboratory itself. So these 4 samples have been subjected to acid dissolution testing, where you will understand the binder aggregate ratio, so which gave the results from 1:1 binder aggregate to 1:4 ratio. And on the right side you can see the table, which is energy dispersive X-ray testing, which works on the principle of radiography, and that is done on the same samples, which gives an inference of the elements such you can see calcium, silica, chloride and iron. For an example, iron, the presence of iron is possibly because of the jaggery, MAATI, those additives that are used in the construction itself, and you can see aluminum kyronate is also a clay mineral that is identified in that location. After this, with all the characterization results, samples have been made on site of different ratios, starting from 1:1 to 1:1.5 with pozzolanic material, and with 2 types of lime, with and without pozzolanic material, and that has been made on site and tested in IIT Bombay laboratory in order to understand the compressive strength. And in that inference we got to identify 1:1.5 is to 1:1.5, that is binder, pozzolanic material and aggregate had given us a good result in 20 days. So after this we get into the process of re-engineering. So the samples which were made were subjected to XRD, X-ray diffraction testing, which starts with the process of grinding the sample itself, sieving it and freeze drying, and subjected it to laboratory testing in order to compare the existing mortar with the mortar that was prepared for the purpose of repair. In conclusion, we have analyzed all the materials that have been involved in this composite system, starting from timber, brick, masonry, the mortar that have been involved. Starting from the timber itself, around 25% of the timber in this building have been decayed, which is replaced with this prosthetic technique, and formulated the repair material for the restoration itself, which we have used 1:1.5 as a ratio for the repair work. And on a whole, this whole approach is to develop a methodology in order to do a very evidence-based conservation, which is very specific and targeted to the deterioration itself, and that opens a lot of scope in the area of sustainable conservation, which is also which is also utilizes very less resources. With this I can conclude that this methodology can be altered and modified, and that can be used in various other historic buildings as well, and by doing so we can do a very sustainable conservation with minimal usage of resources. Thank you.
you, Sriram, for the technically rich and thoughtful study emphasizing the importance of scientific approaches to material conservation. For the next presentation, I'd like to welcome Ms. Grishma Nandapurkar to present her paper titled Identifying Symbiosis, Heritage Forms and the Cultures They Sustain.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a little nervous to begin with. So I begin with my research in urban culture, where I realized that people, place, and policy is what the urban culture is all about. And so the three words quite resonate with the whole idea of resilience also, where it creates a system in itself. Where if you see, look at that image in the bottom, where there are temporal markets, public places, and bazaars and temples, which create a good network within the whole space. So that is why the idea of people, place, and policy, because somewhere the policies are also affecting all these intangibles. So we can look at it also through as one of the lens. So here the objective was the hypothesis was that the heritage is a part of symbiotic system where resilience could be found to make the system very stable and sustainable or more development oriented. So the term symbiotic resilience was taken from take its roots from the Holing theory, which is called evolutionary resilience, where he's talking about how this ecology is self-cleansing, self-developing, and it's self-sustainable, where the whole idea was taken from the same the theory and taken into a multiple scales of heritage. So here the thesis, the thesis looks at multiple layered, multiple disciplinary approach, where the heritage is not only looked at as a built form, but it is looked at a city level, a mohalla level, and a street level, and then at a building level. So the case studies then was taken as 3 different case studies were done to try these attributes, where diversity, redundancy, modularity, and connectivity, efficiency are 5 attributes were tested at these 3 sites, where Varanasi was taken because it was a very rightly woven religious system you can find. Mumbai is a bazaar system, and Udaipur as a tourist system. By system, I mean it's a network where we can learn and take our study from those network itself. And then the site was studied and analysis was done to find low and high resilience zones within the area, which could be intangible or tangible, anything. So the analysis started with time and space across the day, where we could I could find out the spaces in the intervals where there is no activity done in that area, which could be the place where we can actually intervene instead of disturbing the existing ecology of that whole heritage core. Hence the toolkit is derived, then the 3 case studies were done, and then the focus shifted from value system to formation of an adaptive system for sustainability. If you here see the so the study was done in very deep sheets which I could not present here. So it's all some parts of there are there, and so this is how the Mumbai was studied in that whole study, where geography, the ready regular rates, the transport, everything was studied throughout the timeline, vertical and horizontal, and it created a matrix like this, where people, place and policy, all three aspects were having different low and high resilience zones, or they were very vulnerable at that point of time. So the conclusion was, if we intervene at a historic area scale where diversity is at weakest point, and then modularity might get affected. That way the whole matrix was derived, and the conclusions were that we need to consider people and place to do conservation, and place and policies to do design, formulate the design laws or those kind of things. So this is how the whole study was done. I have tried to put it across, like the diagrams I could not show, but then this is how the network is formed, where the analysis done was at native town scale, historic area, street, precinct and building. All the buildings in, so the whole Bhuleshwar area, which everyone might know, is a mix of temples and commercial area. So it's like the symbiosis is between faith and culture somewhere. So faith plus economy, like that. So they sustain with each other. And so the matrix is what this is, the toolkit is there, units of analysis. So diversity is where we are where we could talk about different types of heritage structure, architectural styles, people, culture, the products even in the market available, all those things. And then the high and low resilience areas were found through that matrix. And to conclude, the approach needs to be quite interdisciplinary. Then the scales needs to be looked at all the described scales. Informal and temporal activities needs to be integral part of heritage management. We cannot overlook the temporal part, temporal activities, or for example, in Balad Estate, if we look at today, it gets empty at the 7 o'clock. So we have time period where after 7 to next morning 7, there are no activities, and these historic buildings are just lying there, where we could actually engage with these kind of structures and create activities, develop some revenue economy generation models, so that the buildings will sustain in future also. So that was the whole idea of the paper. So this is one example which I have put in the end, where there is a Mota Mandir temple in Bhuleshwar area, where throughout the year only 4 days are very important for them, where 1,000 people come in in 1.5 days. So parking is the biggest problem in that area. So simple as creating an app to manage this crowd, or the parking, where people in and around area can give their parking areas to visitors, and all these kind of management plan. Very simple, we don't need to always have a management plan to kind of find a solution for heritage areas, where some simple things could also work. Then how the section, if you see the section line there, the building, there are new upcoming buildings are coming in so even welcoming the new culture within the existing culture could be a good strategy to kind of amalgamate both together and define new rules and regulations for the same precincts. Then another idea was to give connection to the water edge of the Mumbai, which is currently very unapproachable. So through these kind of historic areas, we can actually approach those water age, like sea age. And last was the like how economic center from town is shifting towards towards the northern side of Mumbai. So how again bringing back it to, not bringing back to the core of the city, but it should not make the city more vulnerable to change and redevelopment. So that was the whole point of this thesis. So to conclude, uh, I think, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Krishna, for highlighting the mutual dependency between built forms and living traditions and the need to recognize such symbiotic relationships in conservation planning. I would now like to invite Mr. Sanket Mhatre to present the paper Invisible Shrines, Community, Continuity and the Crisis of Gauthan Temples in Mumbai.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I am Sanket Mhatre. I am presenting this talk on behalf of my co-author Chaitra Sharad. There is a slight change in the title of the presentation. We thought about calling this as subaltern heritage, and I will clarify why in the ongoing slides. So the area of concern for this particular presentation lies in the suburbs of Mumbai. Here you have a map of Bombay as it was known from year 1911, and this is the area which lies on the northern side of the erstwhile seven islands of Bombay. This place is also known as a Sashti Island. It was known in English as Salsette. Sashti means it's derived from 66. That's the number of villages which that island contained. And this is the area from which most of the native Mumbaikars also belong to. And I'm going to talk about a Gauthan, a small village called as Andheri from that particular suburb. It's one of the oldest settlements. It has roots from East Indian Catholic and Koli heritage and the other Pachkarshi community which stayed over there. It has been constantly facing development and other infrastructural issues in the past. Also, real estate pressures are amounting. Within this village, we are going to talk about a story of a Hanuman temple and the challenges it has faced since almost a century. So, this is a satellite image from pre-2014 year. Here you can see the Andheri Gauthan. On the right hand side is the Swami Vivekanand Road, and there is a east-west road cutting across the town. And the circled area is where the temple is located. In 2014, a metro line was implemented at this particular location, which covers the temple very much. The metro pillars are almost at around somewhere between 10 to 15 feet from the walls of the temple. And along with it, many such challenges came in. This is the development the literature. Coming back to the temple, it's more than 100-year-old. It has a certain kind of local architecture. We also came across separate inscriptions from different eras, the oldest being from the year 1905. These inscriptions mark the state of repairs and the evolution that the temple complex has gone through. Sorry for that glitch. So as I was saying, there were certain inscriptions that we took help from to understand the evolution of the temple. Currently there are 3 different shrines of Hanuman, Shiva and Ram that exist in a kind of an organic geometry in a single building. They also have a front yard with 2 Deepastambhas and the overall form displays tilted roofs, domes, and this is a picture from the western side of the temple which suggests the kind of overlap it has with the metro line and how different kind of requirements such as parking of vehicles, the surrounding plinths which have now even come above the plinth of the main temple. Talking about the evolution, so based on the stories that what we have heard, the Hanuman shrine was the first to come. It displayed certain kind of a local coastal architecture form. The veranda of the temple was added as a mandapa in the year 1850. In 1905, as per the inscription, we found that the Shiva shrine was added, and later on in 1921, a shrine for Rama was also built by the devotees, followed by a making of another facade in front of it. So if you observe the evolution, the original axis of the temple lied along the Hanuman shrine, but later on additions and making of facade slightly shifted that axis towards the Rama shrine and Rama Gavara as such. And this eccentricity kind of try to define the image of that particular temple. Although this remains only a visual facade, the devotees or the community still uses the main old previous door to enter the premises where the mandapa of the temple lies. In 2018, because there were certain kind of structural or the roof changes, as you can also see in this isometric, that two-way sloping roof was transformed into a one-way sloping by extending the hip rafter. It introduced certain kind of structural changes, and so far the temple which was standing, the roof collapsed in 2018, and that's when we were involved in terms of its restoration. On the right hand side, we also have an image from 1975 which was showing the original roof with certain hip ends still being present, which was again changed into the lean-to roof later on. During the work, there were certain curious aspects, like why one temple or gabara will have 3 doorways as such. Usually, in a domed structure, you may find only a single gateway or as such, but on further inspection we found out that these 2 doors were introduced as entry and exit see over here, an RCC lintel was added cutting across the masonry of the otherwise brick structure with help of two RCC columns. And while the restoration was taking place, we also figured out that even the reinforcement of these RCC members have undergone through tremendous rust, and it was posing danger to the safety of the structure. This is the part where the RCC lintel, and you can see the rusted reinforcements. And at the bottom you have an image from inside of these two RCC columns and the lintel, sitting right below the squinches of the dome which was supporting the roof of the temple. This was the image of the mandapa, and you can see how each and every space was appropriated for various kinds of storages or systems which belong to the temple. That also added a certain kind of strain on the roofing system. And the years of neglect also added into the decay of certain timber members. They were rusted to a certain extent that even a slight human touch was turning them into dust. Again, image from the same era shows the existence of the temple. As you can see over here, the surrounding of the temple were almost about 6 to 8 inches higher than the road, and the temple itself was higher than that level, about a step. But this is the current image now. You can see the temple lies almost 2 feet below the adjacent road level, and that's where the metro also passes. So the constant infrastructural changes brought the temple level down into a pit to which it was subjected to seasonal rains, and it also imposed certain challenges. So this is a step which we found out during the excavation, during the repairs when we excavated the tiles. And as a result of this, the devotees kept adding the interior of the temple with certain glazed tiles, not only to prevent the damage from the waterlogging that would take place, but also as a result of certain kind of uncontrollable ritual behavior, like people would use the shendur which is applied on the Hanuman idol, and when it is done applying to their head, they will rub it off onto the temple walls. So in order to maintain certain sanctity, each devotee or each donor kept adding certain layer to it, but these layers became very in a haphazard manner of different colors, that they also hide the kind of original layers of construction which were there. So you can see the springing point of the arch, the various masonry that was used for the arch construction, and also we came across a certain unique feature which kind of exposed us to the evolution of the temple. If you can see this line of bricks in inclined order, it also gave a strong suggestion of a lean-to roof that once existed, which during its evolution and additions it was lost. Community gathered together for all the restoration efforts. They marked all brick piece by piece. Leaving it exposed was not a choice which was commonly determined. So they ended up cladding it again by a uniform terracotta material, which also redefined the existing bricks layers by layers, so that the history can also be exhibited in the temple's original sense. It also had several layers of maintenance, quite changing its nature. So here is an image of the plaster that you can see. There are about 6 to 7 different colors of the yellow shade and different strokes that one can see. Just went added on. This is a layer of the damp-proof waterproofing onto it. Ornamentations also were affected. So this image was the actual image of the plaster on a particular motif, and this is the kind of detail beyond it. So the restoration approach dismantled the roof, repaired the RCC reinforcement, removed tiles, rebuilt the brick masonry. They also applied plaster and restored dome. Services were integrated as a part of the continuous rituals that were conducted. So key findings of this work was like unregulated additions and fragment the identity of the place. They also did not give any recognition of heritage to the particular temple. Conservation adapted the contemporary need with authenticity. The designs of apertures and shutters also integrated services for the customs that were followed inside and outside the temple. It also allowed rituals to continue without altering any kind of heritage value. Community stewardship was very vital when it came to not only restoring but also continuation of certain kind of tasks after the conservation was made. So in the end, we conclude that restoration can serve both cultural continuity and structural repair. Adaptive conservation can transform the contemporary needs into structured design responses. Preservation of continually evolving fabric can secure temple's role as a living monument in the turbulent urbanity. This is one brick that we found out during the course of restoration which had Shri Ram engraved on it, suggests a certain kind of craft during that day. These are the references, and I would like to acknowledge the Temple Trust for providing us support in this conservation efforts and also being a part of it. I have presented certain resources. With their help, more are still to be discovered. But thank you for letting me have this presentation to MAATI and all the present dignitaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanket, for shedding light on the overlooked sacred geographies of Mumbai and the urgency to include these community-held spaces in broader heritage frameworks. To conclude the paper presentations of this session, I now welcome Ms. Ishita Batra to present her paper titled The Sacred and the Silent Tribal Voices of the Mahabharata.
Good evening, everyone. A very good evening, everyone. I'm Ishita, and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in history honors from Delhi University. And this is my first time writing a research paper and presenting it, so excuse me if I make any mistakes. So, my topic is the sacred and silent tribal voices of Mahabharata, with a special focus on Hidimba Devi Temple in Manali. The Mahabharata, as we know, is one of India's greatest epics, often told through Sanskrit texts and elite tradition. But this emphasis has overshadowed the rich and diverse folk retellings that thrive across communities. One such story is that of Hidimba, a forest-dwelling Rakshasi who marries Bhim. Bhim is the central character of Mahabharata. He is the second Pandava. While she plays only a minor role in the epic, in Himachal Pradesh she is revered as a goddess. The Hidimba Devi temple in Manali preserves her memory, blending tribal tradition, spirituality and architecture. My aim today is to highlight how voices like Hidimba's challenge dominant histories and expand our understanding of heritage. Aims and objectives. This paper advocates for a more inclusive way of looking at heritage, one that values peripheral areas, non-canonical traditions, and the spiritual lives of local communities. Specifically, my objectives are to trace the historical evolution of Hidimba Devi Temple and its architectural and political significance, to explore folk narratives like polyandry that link local life with Mahabharata, to analyze how identity is shaped when tribal practices merge with mainstream Hinduism, and finally to highlight the challenges of preserving such living heritage.
Scholars have provided important insights into temples and their roles. P. Bhaskar Reddy notes that temples are not just religious places but also hubs for education, administration, and cultural engagement. They reflect the ideals of community. Lakshman S. Thakur highlights how Hidimba Devi Temple is unique in its pagoda-style wooden architecture decorated with intricate carvings that show the fusion of local craftsmanship with religious symbolism. K.S. Singh reminds us that tribal traditions often reinterpret Mahabharata characters differently from Sanskrit texts, challenging elite versions of the epic. These perspectives helps us see Hidimba's story as more than a folklore. It is a site of memory, identity, and cultural negotiation. The methodology, my study is qualitative and interpretive. It is rooted in cultural history and oral traditions. I have used secondary sources such as research papers, videos of rituals and festivals, blogs, and travel narratives. These informal yet valuable sources reveal how the community engages with Hidimba as a goddess, a mother, and a tribal ancestors. Narrative and symbolic analysis help me compare her marginal role in classical texts with her central position in local worship. Data analysis and findings. Local folklore connects Hidimba's legacy with the very origins of Manali, believed to be Manu's abode after the Great Flood. Her story in the epic begins when Pandavas seek refuge in the forest, where Hidimba is asked by her brother Hidim to kill them. Instead, she falls in love with Bhim, and after Bhim slays her brother, he marries Hidimba, and their son Ghatotkacha is born. Later, she performs penance, attains divine powers, and is worshipped as a goddess. The royal family of Kulu even regards her as the great-grandmother. This living tradition is seen most prominently in the Kulu Dashera festival, where over 250 deities gather under Hidimba's leadership. And unlike the pan-India worship of Durga, here it is Hidimba who is honored in Navratri. The temple architecture. Temple itself is a masterpiece of local architecture. It is built in 16th century in pagoda style. It has tiered wooden roofs, carved doors showing deities like Vishnu, Shiv, Parvati and Durga, and a sanctum where Hidimba is worshipped in three forms: a rock, a small murti and footprints. A rope used for repentance rituals still hangs before the rock. Outside the temple, animal horns recall earlier traditions of sacrifice, though these were later banned. Together, these features show how architecture, ritual, and memory converge in one sacred space. Results and discussions. The temple embodies three key themes. First is negotiating identity. Scholars debate whether Hidimba of Mahabharata and Hidimba of Manali are same. What is clear is that local rulers merged tribal beliefs with Hindu traditions, creating a shared identity. Some scholars like O.C. Handa argue that Hidimba of Manali is not the same as Hidimba of Mahabharata. Rather, she was a local tribal goddess who was later Brahmanized. While others maintain that the epic character and the local goddess are the same. But the difference lies in the memory of communities. Sanskrit texts minimize her role while folk traditions elevate her. This debate itself is important because it shows how heritage is negotiated between written texts and oral traditions. Second, living heritage. The temple is not just a monument but a vibrant cultural hub. Through festivals like Dungari Mela and Navratri, oral stories, music, and dance continue to sustain community memory. Thirdly, the critical paradox. Despite being protected by the ASI, the temple is absent from UNESCO and broader heritage frameworks. At the same time, it faces massive tourist pressure, nearly 15,000 visitors a day in peak season. As a result, it suffers from both neglect in scholarship and overuse in practice. Current preservation challenges include material threats, wooden structure prone to decay, termites, and Himalayan weather, which is rainy, snow, and humidity. Second is the environmental issues. Cedar forest can face deforestation and fire risk. Tourism leads to graffiti, touching of carvings and overcrowding. There is limited documentation of rituals and oral histories. Without recognition, funding and awareness, this heritage risks fading away. To conclude, the Hidimba Devi temple shows how sacred memory survives beyond Sanskrit texts. Hidimba, minor in the Mahabharata, becomes central in Himachal's cultural identity. But the temple today sits at crossroads, unrecognized in formal heritage circuits, yet overburdened by tourism. For the way forward, we need conservation strategies such as structural care, ecotourism, community involvement, tourism management, and digital documentation. Most importantly, we must push for state, national and UNESCO recognition so that traditions like Hidimbas are valued equally with canonical heritage. In the future, comparative studies with other Mahabharata-linked temples such as Draupadi temples in Uttarakhand or Bhim Kali in Sarahan could further enrich our understanding of how epics live in local memory. Ultimately, Hidimba's story teaches us that heritage is not just stone or scripture, it is also myth, memory, and community voice. Also, I would like to add that recently I got my book published, which is titled Thus It Happened, which is a poetic overview of Mahabharata. So if you all would like to read it, it's available on Amazon. And thank you.
Well, thank you, Ishita, for your powerful presentation that calls attention to oral traditions and tribal narratives often left out of mainstream heritage discourse. And congratulations on your book published. Thank you to all the paper presenters for bringing forward such diverse and critical perspectives on material conservation, cultural symbiosis, community narratives, and inclusive heritage. We now move on to the 15 minutes of panel discussion where our respected panelists will reflect on the themes and papers presented and help us further engage with the challenges and possibilities in creating a more inclusive and sustainable future for heritage conservation. Our panelists for this session: Professor G.S.V. Suryanarayan Murthy, Dr. Nisar Khan, Dr. Ajay Khare, Dr. Venugopal, and Ms. Kamalika Bose. I'd like to invite our moderator for this session, Ms. Poonam Trapadia.
Good evening all. And I'm given the responsibility of concluding the final session of paper, and none of these let us sleep. Very invigorating discussions. Two majorly focusing on the importance of detailed documentation processes during conservation and the way that documentation and understanding of materials and identities guide conservation. One focusing on the understanding of people policy and how people policy affects conservation processes. A very interesting discussion on invisible shrines, looking at community continuity and the crisis that sometimes also guides conservation. And the sacred, and from material to policy to myth, mythology, and coming back to community from the morning to the evening, it is cycling. So I invite all the panelists to put their comments and discussions for the same. Karisa?
एक साथ तीन प्रोफेसर को बिठा दिया प्रोफेसर निसार खान, प्रोफेसर साहब, and now whole day is finishing when you have mentioned debating the unrecognized. Right. So, thank you very much indeed for all the people presenting some really not well known. I have been to Hidimba because I visit Uttarakhand quite often, but Mumbai almost everywhere. But Andheri temple, thankfully, that one also I have visited because I was inspecting a school in Andheri. But before I go on to this, I would like to say a few words about the topic debating the unrecognized. Actually, since morning, if I say one word which has struck the right chord was by Mrinalini Madam, when she said, after Naveen sir said, inch by inch, she mentioned voice by voice. And diversity of our society was highlighted by that particular. And when you say voice by voice, we as architects definitely go for the buildings inch by inch. And you have to go, because if you miss the enforcement, then you are probably doing injustice with that building. And if you are looking that plaster is this thick or this thick, you are again, so we have to. But then the most important thing is that are we listening the community, listening the owners? Because I always wonder, in all our schools, we teach students to speak. That debate के part लो, खूब बोलो, and the debate के topics we decide करते. But have we ever taught any students that how to listen? Listening is probably one of the best arts. If we are unable to listen to the community and the owner, then we are doing injustice with the buildings. And I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes to share most important lesson in my life. Today we have so many youngsters, and I am talking about 1995, just when I came back from York and doing private practice in Jaipur, struggling for projects, looking for some things, something which will give me a leap forward. At that time we got small temple. That was not a conservation project. And small temples take probably ages. In between, there was one very senior architect in Jaipur, Mr. Varun Sen. He said that, I know one Thakur Sahab who wants to restore their Haveli. So I went and met him, and then they started like that. Every time he would say, "बाईसा ये जाती है, बाईसा मुझे बोलना भी नहीं आता था ये बाईसा कैसे बोलते हैं, बाईसा ये जाती हैं and उनकी हवेली को रिस्टोर करना है." It was an abandoned Chomu हवेली, and Chomu ठाकुर साहब की हवेली थी, उनकी बिटिया बची थी उनके खानदान में. बाकी लोगों का क्या हुआ हम लोग स्टोरी में नहीं जाएंगे. Then it was an abandoned, totally in a state where as a conservation architect or as a normal architect, if someone would go, say that no hope, nothing can be done about it. And in that particular manager who was saying that, sir, आप पहले drawing बना लो, तो हम आपकी भाई साहब से मीटिंग करें. ठीक है भाई, drawing बन गई, भाई साहब मिली नहीं कभी. फिर जब drawing बन के पूरा documentation हो गया, then one day me and Rajna both used to practice together, of course. Then one day he said that, okay, today we have your meeting fixed with Baisa. Now Baisa is supposed to be the sole owner of this multi-crore property, which is an abandoned, multi-crore I am saying, for other people it was an abandoned, totally useless property, next to a cinema hall, on Amer Road, which is present day Raj Palace. Now, when we met this, on that day evening, she came to that courtyard of her Haveli, and kind of glow on her face was tremendous. But she was a wheelchair bound, disabled person, sitting on wheelchair. She commanded everyone that I want this. फिर उसने बताया कि रचना, I was born in that room. I used to play in that area. My father used to worship in this room. And then she said that I fell from that place, that's why I am disabled. But I want to retain this memory. And I want to do that. That panchi panu ke firu main mast haveli mein. Because this is my haveli. I want to move to every single part of this haveli. Are you willing to take this challenge? Make this haveli, which was not even walkable, not even one can go. She said that I want 28 rooms here and all rooms must be accessible by wheelchair. Now, this is the aspiration of an owner. Now, are you listening to that community? Now, what she said? She said, you see, I am abandoned not only because after my disability, abandoned by my parents are no more, abandoned by family. She said that I want a lifelong earning from this away. Now, this is the kind of challenges if you can face in your early phases of life, and then it turns into a landmark project. But only by listening to her. And on that day when the meeting started, she made a meeting started with like that. हम लोगों ने कहा कि मैं क्यों बनाना चाहते हो? You can use the land because history repeats itself. You can make the और ये बाप रे इतना गुस्सा हुई ठकराई कहती है झूठ है सब कि तारीख हमेशा अपने को दोहराती है. कोई मेरा जोशे जवानी थोड़ा सा दोहराए तो अब you are meeting a person for the first time. उन्होंने इतना बड़ा चैलेंज दिया हुआ है. और फिर जब हमारी मीटिंग समाप्त हुई उसके बाद मैंने उनसे ये कहा कि जिस गज़ल को आपने शुरू किया था उसका अंतिम शेर मैं बोल देता हूँ. वो ये है कि फूल बरसते हैं शोलों से जब चाहत आग लगाए. एट द एंड पूरा मैम आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, मी रचना जी एंड दैट लेडी, all three of us were crying and talking to a person who was born in that place and she wants that. मुझे अर्निंग चाहिए पूरी लाइफ में. And I am so happy to say it is now run by Welcome Heritage and it is sold for 5 years in advance, even now. So not only her, so this is the kind of power of heritage if you listen to that person. Yes, the other choice was, there was a buyer sitting who was ready to give 2.5 crore for that property. But then lifelong earning kahan hoti?
That's so true, and I think that also was identified in the Mumbai Hanuman temple where there is one thing where we talk about heritage and conservation, and then there is aspiration of the people who are using it. I mean, they would want to, as simply as it might not be about money, it is simply about reverence. And for them, it is a temple which needs to expand, which needs to accommodate more deities, which needs to accommodate more people. And I think these are the challenges we also need to answer through conservation. So, Kamalika, would you like to comment on this?
Right. Thank you, Poonam, and thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here, and my loss that I missed the pre-lunch sessions, but the post-lunch session has been really invigorating so far. So yes, I would like to comment and respond to actually both the papers that were presented on Mumbai. So I think I'll start with Grishma's paper, and you spoke about this term called symbiotic resilience, yeah? But I would like to take that a bit further and the way you unpack it and the way you might want to explore it further. So we know about Patrick Geddes, right? And he had, we know, prepared almost close to 50 schemes for conservative surgery of historic inner cities, etc. Most of it was discarded and literally trashed by most city heads, including the Bombay Improvement Trust. But Geddes talks about the Geddesian triad, as we know, which is place, which is the physical attributes and the physical environment, work, which is related to livelihoods and the economic production in such city cores, and folk, which are essentially the people, the community, and the socio-cultural processes. So I think if you even begin to apply that sort of a lens to, because some of your references and bibliographies, so there's already work done, and there are foreign thinkers like Geddes who has shown or demonstrated ways in which we can make interventions and make these possibilities for creating new public space, for revamping heritage which is might be dilapidated, or even creating new areas of a new language and regeneration, rather than the large-scale erasure that takes place in the name of regeneration. Coming to Sanket's paper, I think it's also, of course, it's a very sensitively done intervention, so I would like to commend you on that. But also use that as a tool to highlight this problem, because you showed a slide which showed the boundary of the precinct and how your temple lies just outside it, and that's actually a problem and a dissonance or a disconnect, so to say, between the way we as conservation professionals identify and delineate boundaries, which then become sometimes notified, and this disconnect between what community values as its landmarks, which might not be architecturally superlative, which might not have the kind of checkboxes that we end up ticking when we do a grading or a listing process. But in that process, things which are outside the boundary becomes heritage at risk, right? It also becomes unrecognized. When this debate between recognized and unrecognized, and had this not been a temple, had this any other kind of building, there's a very high possibility it would not even exist anymore. So how do we then consider community not only as by doing these consultative meetings as a checkbox that yes, we have done stakeholder consultations or we have interacted with community, but using community as an active ally, as somebody who's part of the team, who is able, when doing such sort of listings, gradings, etc., to define precinct boundaries. So then your boundary actually becomes fluid, because the community identifies certain landmarks which are important to them, and not necessarily through the lens that we and the frameworks that we. So this balance between the scientific sort of frameworks which exist with what on ground is valued, I think that needs to collapse, and therefore this recognized, the unrecognized can also gain recognition in the process. Thank you. Sir.
Ask something, Poonam? I think what has been highlighted by Professor Ajay and also Kamalika, there is certainly all the papers are well presented and very much relevant for the theme that is recognized and unrecognized. I will just respond to all the 4 topics just in brief. For example, what Sriram has presented about non-invasive tools and also compatible repair materials. And he very rightly mentioned about when certain repairs are attended to. It is prosthetic in nature, but at the same time it has a structural address too. And when the choice of materials for reconstruction of a portion of the northern wall that he had mentioned, so the decisions like this are very much when you go by guideline books and already existing solutions. It is very difficult if we follow that approach rather than this site-specific and location-specific answers. It's a very well researched, and though it sets direction for other places to follow, obviously again it is cautioning that we need to be specific to the context and location again. And Grishma's presentation talking about symbiotic resilience in urban heritage. Replicability I'm not sure, you mentioned about replicability. I'm not sure because as we try to address context in specific, more than replicability, looking at the particular context may be the idea that you should be talking about. And so most of the presentation, it appeared like a little bit of complex recommendation, and as she rightly pointed out, there are other narratives which are towards socio-cultural outcomes rather than spatial and aesthetic visual narratives, because the spatial and visual and these are already attempted and being attempted by urban designers and geography and urban design related outcomes. So when we address these things, the complex recommendations may be little at the ground level, people may not be able to comprehend at the. So, and when we discuss about this restoring Hanuman Mandir by Sanket and Chaitra, it's a very well, and I would suggest actually, I don't know whether the others would agree, instead of calling this as a restoration, we should call it as a redevelopment of this area. That is my observation. And uncontrollable rituals leading to damage. You have mentioned that uncontrollable rituals leading to damage is we need to identify in context where such situations, the moment flyover came up and the moment we are identifying and recognizing beyond the boundary. These are all things we need to address, and also the definition of restoration, conservation in this context. And finally, the last presentation, Ishita Batra's, it's a very important thing. And you mentioned about critical paradox. It is a part of ASI and not of UNESCO recognition. But I don't think it is not any paradox. It is fine. It is not. It is fine if it is not. It is not part of. If it is not part of UNESCO recognition, it is fine. The most important thing you have already mentioned. It is not being part of.
Sorry to cut you short.
Yeah, sure. So I've concluded. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the last session.
Yes.
And there is a each representation of museum angle. So there is always a conflict when we work on heritage, museum interpretation type of thing, and architecture conservation type of thing. Always it happens during our work. Anyway, I will be two journalists. I will be just touching upon starting with the first presentation was role of museums, and last one indigenous knowledge system related to tribal. So I will be giving some of the general thoughts of covering that. One, when you told about the tribal, the first voice or tribal knowledge system. Recently there was a move from Government of India. I work in Government of India for 30, 40 years almost. IKS, I think you are aware now, the government is pumping money on IKS. But what I learned through my education is indigenous knowledge system, basically representing a tribal knowledge system, which is not at all system. I will not go into detail, I will just point for the students for introspection. That is one point. The definition of this intangible cultural heritage itself, through our work in the National Museum of Natural History, I was director, represent the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Always when there is a discussion on UNESCO oriented thing, there is always a confusion or conflict of interest between the Ministry of Culture and the I am a victim of that. I work in the Indian Museum in the Ministry of Culture as a director, and always there is a conflict of interest, etc. That is one point. And from the natural history angle, we have suggested that in 1972 convention, very clearly cultural and natural heritage. Whereas in the 2003 convention, it is purely intangible cultural heritage, which is not appropriate. It must be a single intangible heritage, and you can have just two sides of the coin. Intangible cultural heritage representing the domain number 1, 2, 3, and next one is intangible natural heritage will be more appropriate. That is our suggestion from our ministry many times. But every time the nodal ministry was cultural ministry, so there is always a conflict. Then ICOM itself, International Council of Museum, I was very active with that one. The definition of the museum was changed to incorporate. So you must understand the total definition of museum. It took some 15 years to change the definition to incorporate intangible element into the definition. And India, along with Korea, China, Japan, was very active. I was also in forefront, representing ICOM, SICA, and ICOM National History. And there, the first, why I am telling that for information of the students who are here, when we talked about, even before the 2003 Convention for Intangible Cultural Heritage, 2002, we took the first World Conference in Shanghai, Asia Pacific Oriental, led by Dr. Amaresh Gala. I was Indian leader of that one. And there was a suggestion of an Indian model on intangible heritage based on studies of indigenous knowledge system of Kani tribes in Kerala. We are continuously on that one. That was declared as, why I believe that is very important, it was the first case study in the world representing Nagoya Protocol of the most strong UN convention of the Convention of Biodiversity. And that is based on an example case study for Indian context. Still, during the discussion for the last many years, I had not come across knowledge about that. It's suggested in that one. In 2002, just before that one. That is one thing. Then, museums are actually working, helping out, disseminating that one. My museum, National Museum, National History, has started. In fact, the first gallery in Asia on intangible heritage was established in National Museum, National History. And even the first PhD thesis was based on the study of this work. Now that lady, Nazia Kamal, is working as in the National Museum. She did the PhD on that properly. She's I think Medical University PhD. Therefore, because I tell you that the first presenter from Delhi itself, I have mentioned to her, she mentioned now this type of thing, all of museums, etc. But the other lady who did the detailed work on starting onward, that one is not mentioning the reference. I have made to this knowledge to the Divya. It just हमारे साथ बैठने वाले हैं इसका नहीं, but anyway that one thing. These are the two observations. Then one more. Methodologically on world heritage. Basically that is that happened to be on natural heritage. Discussion in the heritage, it never comes to picture because that is because of lack of recognition to the domain number 4 of this one, traditional knowledge about nature and the universe, which is not even in the 15. Ananya will be Ananya will be
You walked in the right time.
Yeah, you are telling now the lack of thrust to the intangible natural heritage aspects. To natural heritage section, because that's here also I could not see much of that one. Natural heritage or in aspects of intangible heritage. So I was working there in that aspects, and I told you in the Ministry of Culture when I wanted to have a workshop. For the last 10 years, during my service, we are in National Festival on Intangible Heritage. So when we put an approval from the government of India, Ministry of Culture, I tell you no, you must not do this. This is part of the nodal agency, Ministry of Culture. 1 year I had to fight with the secretary there, continually, then only there were families. So these are the one which I could had experience of that. Still is being continued. So I am using this forum for championing this one. It is not ICH, it is IH only. And two sides of the coin, we can say ICH and INH can be part 2, major part of that. Okay. And in the selection of the UNESCO representing list, etc., there are too much politics is going on. You see, now ICH, the domain number 1, 2, and 3 are hijacking, and there is no representation in the domain number 4. Why and fifth is नाम पे वास्ते पंजाब पे represent किया है. That's all still going on. So with this one, I would like to stop.
Discussion again.
Yeah.
We can take this again when we are doing tea, because I think a lot of people are interested in this as a discussion, but we need
Okay.
this add to.
So I want to use this forum because this is a major
Yes.
component we generally miss out. And then these are all young students here.
And in the coming 2 days, I think we
Okay,
need to
okay.
discuss and debate on the same.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So a lot of knowledgeful insights have been given. I think one of the things that is very characteristic of this method of being the last to speak. But I'll start with Ishita. You're quite young, and let me congratulate you. You touched upon a very important topic. So the tribal beliefs and tribal, I don't know whether to call it heritage or not, and that's something entirely a different point. But tribal beliefs and their way of life and all that is something which requires a lot of work, because it is changing very fast. And you address upon a topic where appropriation of their beliefs is happening in our own country as well. So it's a way of domestic colonization of beliefs that's happening. So it's a very important topic you touched upon, and I think I should congratulate you on that. About Mumbai and Jethabhai House. Both of you did a fabulous job in actually documenting and presenting your project here. Because normally a lot of conservation architects are here, we do projects, but we never try to document it in this manner and bring it in a convention or as a research paper. And I think there's because every project is a learning experience, and every project has a bit of innovation in it. And that has to be documented and brought forward as a learning experience to other people. So I think that's something which is very important you people have done. And that's how I think we should go ahead with. Karishma, your presentation was very interesting, and it brought out various dimensions of heritage and conservation, and how does, again, very good. So I think we had a great learning from you. I would not want to add to what you can do. In fact, we have learned a lot from you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think Saurabh wanted to respond to, but I think he rightly said, because what Sir says that I
We would like to invite all the guests of honor, MAATI team, and the presenters for a quick photo session.
And we have to get Ananya now for the photos. Proof she was here. Somebody said that they've got a room for a lakh. It can't be possible. सब दिख रहा है ना.
Please note, there is a change in this schedule. The evening ECOMOS ICICH session stands cancelled due to an unforeseen medical emergency. We sincerely appreciate your kind understanding. With this, we come to the close of today's sessions. We'll have a tea break now, and we invite you all to join us for the dinner. It will be served from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening, everyone.
भाई बोखला गया स्टेट के मजा में आपका नाम मजा में
लाइव में तो जो लोग लेना नहीं है मिक्स मिक्स करके मैंने बीच में जितने हो रहे थोड़े दिन जितने दिन